Joshua now has perfect information.
Ayo, you timed that perfectly.
Let's
Thank you, Chris. Thank you for the 4 months. Appreciate you. Welcome, everyone.
Joshua now has perfect information.
That IMF start screen.
That is a start screen. Yes, thank you, Farfa. It's been here for a while, to be fair. We've been professionalizing all the way through. It's been here since a couple weeks. I have adjusted it a little bit over the holidays, though. Yeah. Yo, welcome back, everyone. Happy New Year, even though it is already the 5th. Hope you had a good time in between the years. We return to the normal schedule now. At full time. I just needed a couple days off since I hadn't had any time off basically since I started streaming, except for going to tournaments. And there's a lot of stuff I needed to do. And now we're back.
Perfect information.
12 months, Josh Ego Purrely. Great
The
to see you enjoy streaming.
alert
so much and how
thingy
much
is a
you've
little bit low, I
accomplished.
think.
Not
I don't
even
know if
1
you can
year
hear
in
it well,
Josh Ego
the
Heart.
text to speech,
Joshua now
but
has perfect information.
Full time was go.
it's a little low. I'm gonna fix that. But thank you, Voldemort. Thank you for the 12 months. I think the first person to complete the full year circle. Thank you so much for being here all the time. Killer Dog, thank you for the 3 months. Appreciate that.
Joshua now has perfect
Hey, yo,
information.
you really held back on these subs these days. I appreciate all of you coming back. Yo, Spectra Phantom, thank you for the 2 months. Spleen, thank you for the 4. I appreciate you guys. Thank
Joshua
you.
now has perfect information.
First hype train of the year. Appreciate all of you being here. Okay. We have a lot of stuff to catch up on. There's a lot of news. I specifically tried to avoid some stuff the last couple of days. You know, when I saw people post about, I don't know, a new card or whatever, I couldn't avoid all of it. It wasn't possible, but I tried to like not get spoiled so we can do the first reaction. A lot of the stuff that we're going to look at is probably stuff that you've already seen, but you're going to get my opinion on it. And we're going to do that today. Plan for the day is
Joshua now has
just return to the old schedule and catch up on some stuff that I've missed. Don Balance, thank you so much for the 6 months. I appreciate you. And then also, I wanted to start with just looking ahead, right? Look, last stream of the year we talked a lot about the about what happened in 2022, but now I want to, you know, really focus on what's going to happen in 2023. Yo, Peck Soven, thank you for the 5 months, and X Crazy, thank you for the 10 gift subs. I appreciate you so much. Welcome back. Welcome back. Happy New Year to you as well. Thank you so much. Dark Syrie, thank you for the 3 months. Okay, chat, let me speak. Thank you so much. I really appreciate all of you being back. Thank you. Enjoy your gift subs, everyone. Thank you. Okay. 2023. What are we going to talk about today? And in the next couple of streams. I want to look at Amazing Defenders today. It's the next set. It's the next set. I know everyone is already talking about Photon Hypernova, but we have to realize before Photon Hypernova, there's another side set. Even though word on the street is it's not that impactful. It's not that impactful, and I do think that is the case. I do think that is true. I think the next side set in Amazing Defenders is not that impactful. However, the impact of it is not zero. There is some stuff in it that I want to talk about, that I want to look at, that we can maybe experiment with as well. There's a couple archetypes that are interesting. To me, it feels a little bit like a mini Tactical Masters. There's no runic in it. There's nothing at the level of runic in it, but it's a side set that is going to impact the meta regardless. So that's the first thing we're going to do. Cap Kermit, thank you so much for the 7 months. Happy New Year to you too. Appreciate it. And Vikinger, thank you for the 7 months as well. Thank you so much. So we're going to look at Amazing Defenders, we're going to look at the archetypes, and I have specifically planned to spend some time experimenting just a little bit with 2 of those archetypes today. Namely, I want to look at Mikanko, and I want to look at, very briefly, I want to look at what's up with Purery. Because I remember reading the Purery cards for the first time a while ago, and it didn't feel like it was that bad. It didn't feel amazing either, but I just want to make sure, right? That's all.
Perfect information.
That's all I want to do for amazing
New Year.
defenders, and then we're gonna start looking at Photon Hypernova. Maybe take a little bit of a dive into what's happening in the OCG right now. If you follow me on Twitter, you've seen that I made a tweet about the OCG yesterday of what's going on over there. Because believe it or not, they're still playing tournaments, which is crazy. But that's what we're gonna investigate a little bit, and then I have a very big ban list discussion planned, but I don't think it's going to fit into today's stream because once we're done with all that stuff, I don't think we're going to have enough time. So that big ban list discussion that I've already teasered last year, that I've already teasered in the last stream before the year ended, I do think we are in desperate need of a big ban list, and I think when we look at the OCG, it's going to show that later. But yeah, before we do that, let's do our warm up stuff. Wani and Z, thank you so much for the 5 months. Happy New Year to you as well. All right, enough talking. Now tell me, chat, am I going to know the YG oral today? Am I going to get the card? I'm not. Okay, perfect. Cool. Good to know. Because then we can hop right into the card guesser. What was the card? Just out of curiosity. In the YG Order. The highest score that we had was about 1,000. I think it was 1,009, something like that. Dread Dragon. Yeah, no shot. I was not gonna guess that one. First try bog. Are you gonna be watching YCS Sydney? I thought about it, but I don't think we will be. At least not live. I think we're gonna watch YCS Sydney. First of all, I don't even know if it has a stream. But like YCS Sydney, the time zone difference is just horrible for me in order to watch it. Like they basically start at like 1 or 2 a.m. for me. So middle of the night is when they start playing. So I would literally have to like stream only the entire night. Like it's just horrible. We're gonna, if they have a stream, which I'm not even sure if it's confirmed, even if they have a stream, I'm not sure that I don't think I can stream that because it's just going to be very stressful and like I'm going to be super tired the entire way through. It's like very annoying. But I might we will definitely look at the results, of course, on stream on Monday immediately. That's definitely going to happen. I'm from Hessen. I've not booked the hotel for Lyon yet, no. Unfortunately, I need to do that, but I haven't. Anyways, who's ready for a round of card guesser? Damn, it's been a while. All right, let's go. You look familiar. You look familiar. I need another zoom. Wait, what is this? Okay, now it doesn't look familiar anymore. Oops. What? Okay. Okay, bad start, because I also don't recognize this one. Is this a Raid Raptor thingy? No. Menko. This is Menko. This one I know. Hog. Got one in the first minute. Mahavilo Light of the Heavens. This is some alien stuff. Yo, what is this round? This is a bad round. This is a bad round already. Alien field spell. Yeah, but I don't know what it's called. Otherworldly A zone. Okay. This is a gem knight. Oh, this is a gem knight. No, no. Sapphire is what you're saying? Is it Sapphire? It is Sapphire. Okay, well done. Well, 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 if it isn't... No, that's not what I was gonna say. Is this calculator? No. Oh, it's the other one. What is the other calculator called? Oh, there's another accumulator. No, it's also not that. The calibrator. Oh, god damn it. 2023 is not gonna make it easy for us. Is this... It looks like Scrap Beast, but it's not Scrap Beast. It's a Scrap... yeah, it's a Scrap Spell Trap. Mecha Phantom Beast. But now tell me which one. Please tell me which one. I have no chance. Turtle? Turtle Tracer. I will trust you. You are correct. Thank you. Dragon Ravine. And I don't know why I zoomed twice. I do not know who you are. Is this Gem Knight fusion? Or is... No, this is not gems. Is this Crystal Beast or Gem Knights? But this looks like a... I think it's a Gem Knight card. Pyroxene fusion. Bro, we have 90 points. What is happening? I've left all my skills in all my card guesser skills in 2022. This is a worm. I know that. This is Magician Soul. The freaking Magician's Soul. Oh, come on. What is it? Is it Souls? Yeah, Magician's Souls, but the app... Is this the new Gishki? No. Oh, this is the Glad Beast. Oh, but what is it called? Domitarius. I think you're right. Domitianus. Something like that. I know that because I remember being confused by this guy before. Battleguard Rage. Bro, we will never talk about this round of Card Guesser again. Okay, this is some fusion. But which one? Cynet fusion? Yeah. I swear, what is this round today? I haven't. This is Hyper Psychic Blaster or something. Hyper Psychic Blaster. Where are you? Yes. Okay, that one I knew. This is DD Assailant. Okay, now we're talking. Now I'm getting cards that I know. Storming Mirror Force. Mm-hmm. More of those. What is this? Is this Eternal Light? No. It's True Light. Yes, one of the Blue Eyes cards. I know this one. But I think I need another zoom. I think it's a Dark World. Yeah, it's a bad Dark World. Is it that one? This one. Yes. Just needed to think about how to spell it. Vampire Retainer. I think. Yes, that's the one. This one I have seen, but I can't name it. Melodious. Call of the Archfiend. Gem. No, Crystal. Promise. Yeah. Crazy Beast. It's not? You're telling me this is not DD Crazy Beast? Is it DD Trainer then? Oh yeah, that's the one that sits. But that the thing is the Crazy Beast, right? Oh, this one I've seen. This one I've seen. It's a Lightsworn card. Ground Collapse, I think. Yeah. Oh, Spike Shield with chain. I was confused by the unicorn. I never noticed there was a unicorn on it. That threw me off. I could have gotten that earlier. Oh, I've seen this before. I think it's an is this Amazements? No, it's Abyss Actor once again. I hate those archetypes. They're just so forgettable. Oh. Oh, I know this guy. Is it Winged Sage Falcos? Yeah. I read that from chat. I didn't remember. Cyber Barrier Dragon? No. What's the other one called? Reflector? No. Attack Reflector unit? Oh, okay. This is a Therion. This is Therion Duke. Yeah. I was thrown off by the Yu-Gi-Oh symbol because I thought it was an OCG card, but World Legacy, but I don't know which one. Awakens. Some cell, like recharging cell amplifier. No. Gem. Okay. That was something completely different, I thought. Bro, we're just never gonna talk about this again. This is a metal foe. I think this is this Orichalk? No. It's a big fusion dude. But the bad one, I think. Yeah, Crimsonite. The one that you didn't play. Psychopompas. Whatever. The round is lost. The round is doomed. I knew that. I don't know why I didn't. I've given up. Is this an Arcana Force? Arcana Force. I think it's this one. Wait, it's not? I thought it was Light Ruler for sure. It's an Arcana Force. Dark Ruler? Oh, it is Dark Ruler. Blue Thunder. Oh, Plush Fire. They could have not started at a worse point in the card image for Plush Fire. Some Snake. Venom Snake? No. Oh. Reptilian. I think this is Masked Dragon. Yeah. That's a jump scare. Wait, it's not Pearl Rhino. Oh. Oh my god, how do I get baited like that? What is that? Moon... Don't tell me you didn't think it was Pearl Rhino. I swear to god, you thought it was Pearl Rhino as well. Don't tell me I'm the only one. Do not tell me I'm the only one. This is some prophecy, dude. I think Fool. Yeah. Is this just Neo's fusion? Yeah. I have no idea. Stardust Mirage. Red Eyes Zombie Dragon. Yes. I think this is a junk. Is it junk converter? Yeah. Hog. Parakuri. I think this is Hypa. Yeah. Well, at least we got 500. It still is. This is a battery card. Charger? No. It is some battery card. I think it's recycled batteries, yeah. We immediately forget that this happened, okay? This was not the first round of 2023. This does not set the tone for Card Guesser in 2023, okay? Okay? We do not talk about this any more than that. We are not washed. We are just out of practice, okay? We are just out of practice. It happens. It happens. It's okay. Copium. Surely it's okay. Surely it's okay. All right. Anyways, enough warm up, enough talking.
Hey Josh, happy 2023. I hope you're starting out a great new year.
Yo, thank you, Dio. Thank you for the 4 months. I'm sorry, by the way, that the text-to-speech is so low. At least for me, it feels like that. I can barely hear it. Can you hear it better? I might have my mixer settings I redid all of it. I didn't really test that particular one. Enough talking, let's start talking. Exactly. It's low. Yeah, I know it's low. I'm sorry. I'm going to adjust it at some point. I'm going to adjust it at some point. I'm going to adjust it today after the stream for the next one. Okay. Anyways, I have a couple of things open. This one I'm not looking forward to for obvious reasons. But I have a couple of releases open that I wanted to talk about. They're not completely new. Some of them have been a couple days ago, but it's basically most of them or all of them are cards from Cyberstorm Axis. Maybe you want to watch this. I will keep it in mind for later for the lunch break. Yes, thank you. I might. Okay. Usamimi Doshi is the first one we're gonna look at today. Level 1 Earth Beast Warrior Effect Monster.
Joshua now has perfect information.
Genosaur, thank you for the 8 months already. Happy New Year to you guys as well. Thank you. Once per chain, when the effect of a monster except Usamimi Doshi is activated, quick effect, you can place one bunny ears counter on it. Monsters with bunny ears counter cannot be destroyed by battle. Once per turn, quick effect, you can target one monster with a bunny ears counter, banish both that monster and this card until the standby phase of the next turn. Jakinator, thank you so much for the 3. So is this part of an archetype, or is this just a standalone card? Like, is there another way to put bunny counters on stuff, or is that just a standalone card? Because if it's a standalone card, I don't see any reason for us to talk about this for a long time. I mean, the idea of this card is that if you have it on the field somehow, you can just like interrupt your opponent. Right? Like if they activate a card effect, you can just put a counter on it and then you just like banish both of them. Kind of like a weird way. Like I like the thing is, it would kind of be nice to have this on your field at the end of your turn, but this should never be your normal summon because that means you have only this. You don't really want to have only this card. It would basically have to be some deck that has synergy with Beast Warrior stuff and just puts this on the field as a bonus at the end of the combo somehow, but I don't see how you would do that. It's kind of cool that you have this returning like removal thing, right? That like hops in and out of the field together with the cards that have counters, but I don't know how, like, yeah, I don't know how you would really use this yet, but it's not an awful card, but it's also not super exciting. All right. Now into something that could actually have an impact if it's a powerful card, because like B-Trooper is not a bad archetype. There is B-Trooper support in Cyberstorm Axis. And it's a fusion monster, which strikes me as odd. I didn't expect B-Trooper out of all things to get fusion support, because they don't have any fusions yet, right? Correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think they have any fusions yet. Oh, they have one? Okay, interesting. But they don't have a fusion spell, do they? They have one as well? Okay, I never knew this. Probably because the only time I looked at B-Troopers was when we looked at it in Master Duel, and they just didn't play that. Okay, we might need that for context in a second. The fusion spell and the fusion spell and the other fusion monster. But okay. B-Trooper Cruel Saturn, level 5 Dark Insect. Fusion materials, 1 B-Trooper monster plus an insect monster. Okay, that should be easy enough. Does Resonator Insect trigger if you fuse it away from hand? Let me quickly check. Goki Pole definitely does. Resonance insect, or what it's called. Resonance insect. No, that one has to be sent from the field to the graveyard. Okay. But Golki Pole would work here. You can only use each effect among the first and third with this card's name only once per turn. If this card is special summoned, you can add a B-Trooper card from your deck to your hand. You cannot special summon monsters except insect monsters. If an insect monster becomes banished face up, you can target one of your banished B-Trooper monsters, special summon it. Ayo! That's a good card. Oh, and it's an instant fusion target. Oh, it triggers on special summon. Why?
Perfect information.
No! Remove instant fusion from the game. No, don't make more powerful instant fusion targets. Oh god. Drollol, thank you for the 2 months. You know what's funny though is that this is also, like, at the same time, this is also an insane super poly target against B-Trooper. Would they ever become, like, if B-Trooper ever becomes meta, bro, super poly would be toxic in this with this card. Like in the mirror match, can you imagine just like super polying your opponent's board to make one of your best monsters? Like, that's so toxic. If that was in a hypothetical world where B-Trooper meta would be a respectable meta deck. I mean, Garura does that, yes, but like the thing is, this card is also insane in the B-Trooper mirror. Like, if you play a B-Trooper mirror, like super polying into this would be insane. But that's I mean, that makes instant fusion insane in B-Trooper. Let me quickly check. What is the name of the B-Trooper fusion spell? Hold on. B-Trooper fusion. I'm gonna find it. So there is Ultra B-Trooper Absolute Hercules. We already have this guy. And then we have B-Trooper Landing. Okay. Fusion summon one insect fusion monster from your extra deck, using monsters from your hand or field as fusion material. If this card is in your graveyard, except the turn it was sent there, you can banish 2 insect monsters from your grave, add this card to your hand. You can only use this effect of B-Trooper Landing once per turn.
Joshua now has perfect information.
Not the most amazing fusion spell, to be honest. Fusilier66, thank you for the resub. I appreciate you. Welcome back to month number 5. It's like, it's just poly, but it can come back in a future turn, which is like not bad. The thing is, you could, like, poly also has very, very good support, right? You can play poly with the Patchwork engine potentially. I don't know if it fits in the B-Trooper deck to put Patchwork with Edgem Chain, but that'd be a good like card. Also, poly, yeah, poly can summon Chimera, right? You could play Guardian Chimera if you play regular poly. You have like King of the Swamp. I doubt King of the Swamp has any use though in B-Trooper, because like King of the Swamp's only purpose in tier is to use it and then fuse with it from the graveyard, which I don't think B-Troopers are capable of fusing from the graveyard. So I don't think you would be using King of the Swamp, but I don't know if the benefit of the second part of this effect is like worth it to not play poly. Because, yeah, sometimes B-Troopers lock you into insects. Sometimes you cannot summon Guardian Chimera, but sometimes you can. Right? Sometimes you can. So, I don't know if this is searchable. It might be. This one searches only a this one searches it, for example. But, I mean, at this point, you've already used your most powerful fusion. When I saw this 4 insect monster thingy, I was really hoping that the fusion spell for B-Troopers would be something about like using materials from grave, because how else are you going to get 4 materials? But like 4 insect monsters, I doubt we're ever going to make this. But after this card is fusion summoned, it is unaffected by other cards' effects until the end of your next turn. Okay. At the end of the battle phase, you can target an insect monster with 3,000 or less attack in your grave, special summon it. You can only use this effect of Ultra B-Trooper app. This card is trash. For 4 insect monsters? What the hell? The payoff for using 4 insects is so bad here.
Joshua now has
Like, yo,
perfect
what is this?
information.
Welcome back, streamer man.
My god. World Cup, thank you so much for the 7 months. I appreciate you. Thank you. You can play Fusion Parasite. Okay, what are we talking about? Fusion Parasite. Oh, I have seen this. This card can be used as a substitute for any fusion material whose name is specifically listed on the fusion monster card. If this card is special summoned, you can fusion summon a fusion monster from your extra deck using monsters you control. Okay. Will that be okay to make the to make this guy? Wait, no, where is it? To beat this one? That's not bad. Well, I don't know if the big fusion is definitely bad. I don't know if landing is better than poly. Probably not. Unless the recursion really matters. But in general, this card is very strong. This card is very strong. The music stuff in the VOD should be fixed. It should be fixed. So the VODs will be available again. I think. I'm going to check it later, but I do think so. Here's a combo. Okay, let me see. Okay, I know all these cards. Log.
Joshua now has perfect information.
B Trooper peaked with Verte Pass.
Koala man, thank you for the 9 months. I don't know if there's okay, so we make Armor Horn, grab a Doom Dozer from the guy, make that. Resonance will then send Gokiball. Gokiball triggers, search another resonance. Special that. Okay, so far we're doing almost the same stuff as we've been doing before. But we grab landing now. Okay. Yeah, because we didn't used to play landing with we can search landing with the Sting Lancer now instead of adding the other card that we used to play before, the one that made tokens. And so we get into our Cruel Saturn this way. Bro, Resonance Insects. Oh god, what? This is a B Trooper end board. Okay. That's funny. That is funny. Okay, it's like it's not crazy. I don't think it's crazy. How? Because it was the Fusion Parasite that makes it so you can fuse when it's special summoned. You can fuse from the extra deck, and it can be replaced it works like King of the Swamp basically. So it's the Fallen of Albaz for Mirror Jade, or it's the Relinquished for Millennium Eyes, or it's the Invoker for Ragin. But it's like you don't have to put in that much. It was like what, a 2-card combo. It's interesting though. Like the card definitely helps B Trooper, right? We can't deny that. At least I feel like, right? It's like I don't know if it makes B Trooper playable, because like it also depends a lot on what happens with the it depends a lot on what happens with the next ban list until we get this card. It's a couple months, right? Because first we get Photon Hypernova in February, and then we get Cyberstorm Axis in like what, May, maybe April. I don't know if we have a date yet. for Cyberstorm Axis, but like until then, a lot of stuff is going to happen. Of course, right now in Ishizu tier metagame, we don't know exactly how strong B Trooper is going to be. Probably not that strong. But if a lot of stuff happens until they get released, until we get Cruel Saturn, maybe it's fine. I'm not a huge fan of the fact that they designed another broken instant fusion target. I'm going to be honest. Like, I would have really preferred them to not make it a level 5. I would have preferred it being like, what is the instant fusion? It's like level 6 or lower, or level 5 or lower. I would have preferred this to be like level 7. I'm not even sure if this is like boneless Kid Kalos. I'm not even sure if this is boneless Kid Kalos, because this is, in my book, almost as good as Kid Kalos, dude. This adds a card from deck to hand and special summons a banished B Trooper. That's pretty good. Oh, instant is 5 or less, yeah. So this one level 6 would have literally stopped all that, but okay. It does help B Troopers, and to be honest, I like that. I liked B Trooper when I played it for the first time. It felt like a really interactive deck. It didn't feel like a super unfair strategy. It didn't feel like super oppressive. It was I'm personally okay with B Trooper as an archetype getting support, and I really love I like fusions as a support because I'm a big fan of the Edge Gem package. I hope you end up playing that maybe. Oh yeah, that's cool. Okay, good card. Absolutely. And then we have this thing, which I felt like when this card was released, Twitter kind of exploded. I saw it everywhere. I saw that card everywhere.
Joshua now has perfect
I try to avoid as much as possible so I can like react to it as my basically first reaction, but I saw this card a lot on Twitter. Dona Guy, thank you for the Prime. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. Welcome back. Time Rending Morganite. For the rest of this duel, apply each of these effects. You cannot activate monster effects in the hand. You draw 2 cards each time you conduct your normal draw. You can normal summon or set up to twice per turn. You can banish this card from your graveyard, then discard 1 Time Rending Morganite each time you normal summon a monster this turn. Your opponent cannot activate the monster effects. Now this card sounds super fancy at the like first glance when you read it for the first time, because it is a very fancy effect. There's a lot going on. There's a lot going on with this card, and it is quite cool, I think. Now, let's look at it that way. When you activate this card, in that moment, it doesn't do that much, right? It's like, at the moment you activate this card, all it does is it allows you to get an extra normal summon, but you can't activate cards' effects in hands from monsters for the rest of the game. So it's basically a double summon, right? It's basically double summon, but you also get 2 draws each turn. The thing is, a lot of people, or like one of the critique points in Yu-Gi-Oh right now, or like in the last couple years even, is that like it all goes down in 1 or 2 turns, right? It all goes down in 1 or 2 turns. There isn't really much beyond the turn 3, right? In Yu-Gi-Oh right now, which isn't per se a bad thing. Like, it can still be a good game even if it's just 2 turns, because nowadays, of course, we have a lot more decisions in 1 turn than we, like, back in the day. It's like we had more turns, but each individual turn had less decisions because they were shorter. Now we have like very long turns with a lot of decisions, so a game can still be good even if it only goes for like 2 or 3 turns. The thing is, if the meta stays that way, where most decks or most games are decided relatively quickly, the payoff for this card takes a long time, right? Because for this card, like, basically, when you activate it, it's a -1. It does give you double summon, but it's a -1. On the next turn, you draw 1 bonus card from it, so it will only be like ±0 on the next turn. And you basically have to live until your turn 3, which is overall turn 5 or 6, for this card to even be a +1, right? So it's a very specific scenario. You basically have to build your deck specifically around, like, quote unquote stalling a couple turns, right, to get value from this card. And then the question becomes, what happens if you don't open with this card, right? What happens if you don't open with the time-rending Morganite, but you've built your deck around that? It's a very weird scenario. Like, I could see it being used in some decks, but then it's awkward. It's very awkward. I do think this card has some potential in formats that, if we ever get a format that's relatively slow, right? If we ever get a format again that's relatively slow, which I don't know if it's going to happen. We can't know that. But like, for example, imagine 2019 Sky Striker format, right? Imagine 2019 you were playing Sky Striker, which was a deck that was basically made for playing the game for multiple turns, because back then in 2019 we didn't even have like the Halka Fibrex into Axis Code combo that like people used in Sky Striker last year. Like, 2019 Sky Striker was made for stalling a couple turns, right? I think in that deck you would have considered playing this card because it gave you, like, you could have maybe sometimes made use of your second normal summon. Of course, another thing, the drawback that this card has is basically if you decide to play this in any given deck, you can't play hand traps. Right? You can't play hand traps. And that's a big drawback for a lot of decks, especially if you aim at trying to play the game for multiple turns, right? But there is a couple of examples in history where this card would have been really strong, of course. Like, any old format where the meta was a little bit slower, this card would have been really good. Maybe Mystic Mindburn would have liked this, right? But those decks don't really exist anymore, right? Mystic Mind is banned, Sky Striker is not really strong anymore, and the game is in general very fast. So I don't know if this card is going to see play. If it was right now, then definitely not. I like the design behind it, though. I really like it because it's like, I do like those decks that try to go for a couple turns. I do enjoy those interactive duels, and I think this card really does promote like interactive gameplay because you have to make a deck that doesn't end the game on the first turn. You have to make a deck that aims to interact with your opponent to get to the future turns. And they did have to give it some sort of drawback because otherwise it would just be a better double summon, which I think double summon is not something that needed to be power crept. It's interesting though. I think it's best suited for decks that can take advantage of the additional normal summon immediately. I think if you don't have anything to gain from the additional normal summon, if this card is just a -1 for you in the first turn, I don't think you're gonna like playing this card just for the 2 draws in the upcoming draw phases. I'm not sure. With 2, there's some decks that can like gain value from a second normal summon though, so maybe those like it. It's definitely cool design though. I definitely don't think it's problematic. Like, I definitely don't think this card is problematic at all. This card is absolutely fine. It's the kind of card you have to build your entire deck around, similar to Sekka's Light, and that grass looks greener. I'm very excited to see what people come up with using this. I do agree, and that's why I like it. I was a big fan of both Sekka's Light and the grass looks greener, because those cards really changed the way we looked at deck building sometimes, right? And that was really cool. I don't think this card is as good as Grass and Sekka's Light, but I enjoyed both Grass and Sekka's Light a lot because they really like changed the way that we built decks, and that's cool. Then we have Chaos Angel here, which I think is an add-on to the Chaos Synchro archetype that they are giving us, I think already in Photon Hypernova. So let's see what this one's
Joshua
about.
now has perfect information.
Good to see you back, Josh. Keep up the good work.
Yo,
Smile.
thank you, Mercedes Style. Appreciate that. Thank you for the 5 months. Welcome back. Okay, Chaos Angel, Twin Wings of Chaos. That's a dope name, first of all. Level 10 Dark Fiend Synchro Effect Monster. Materials, 1 tuner, plus 1+ non-tuner light or dark monsters. For this card's Synchro Summon, you can treat a light or dark monster you control as a tuner. Oh wait, so we don't even need tuners for this. We don't even need any tuner for this. We can just put any 2 lights and darks that have level 10 combined into this. That's going to make this very splashable if the effect is good. If this card is special summon, you can target a card in the field, banish it. Oh, okay, well. This card gains these effects based on the original attributes of the materials used for its synchro summon. Light, synchro monsters you control are unaffected by your opponent's activated monster effects. Ooh. Dark, your monsters cannot be destroyed by battle. Oh. That's a very good card. But like I like this card. I like this card design a lot. So this brings me back to some of the floodgate decisions that we had. So the reason why I like this card is because it's strong, but it's not too strong. Because at the end of the day, it's a level 10 synchro, even though it doesn't need a tuner technically. It's a level 10 synchro that banishes a card on the field, which that's fine.
Joshua now has perfect
right? That's fine.
Runic best deck. Morganite.
Yo, Dante, thank you for the 2 months. Welcome back. I'm not sure if Morganite is that much of a runic buff. It's like, it's not bad, but at the same time, you don't really make use of the normal summon. But yeah. So the cool thing here is that this is splashable in almost any deck. Any deck that runs light or dark monsters and has them sometimes be level 10 together can use this card. Because you don't need tuners. You don't need tuners for this. So all you need is, like, if your deck plays Bestials and level 4 monsters that are light or dark, you can make this. And that gives a lot of decks an out to floodgates, which I think is very nice. It's kind of like a Nightmare Phoenix. It's kind of like if like Nightmare Phoenix and Nightmare Cerberus did like a fusion dance, right? It's like kind of that without a discard. So relatively good, but I don't hate it at the same time. And like I like Nightmare Cerberus, I like Nightmare Phoenix. So this card kind of being a combination is interesting. And then on top of it, if you use a light monster for this, it can't even be like negated by something like Barone, which is very strong, right? Like if you get this card out against Barone and you use a light monster, it's just unaffected. Very good. And then if you use a dark, it also protects all your monsters from battle destruction. So it's even if you use light and dark, it's pretty much a towers, right? It's unaffected by monsters and it can't be destroyed by battle. That could actually be very annoying for some decks. That could be very annoying for some decks because it's also 3,500. So if it's unaffected by monster effects and 3,500, that's pretty strong. Okay. No, that's a very good card. That's a very good card, and not just for the Chaos Synchro deck. It is Mana Dome support because that archetype is centered around synchros. But I do expect to see this card in the future in a lot of decks that are just not even using tuners because you don't need to, right? You don't even need a tuner for this. So like you can use this in a lot of different decks and just banish any card on the field. That's very nice. Okay, cool. I specifically like this because this also doesn't add to any first turn boards. You're not really going to make this turn 1. It doesn't really do anything turn 1. It's by default, this is an interactive card because it doesn't like negate anything or whatever. It's just gonna be there, right? In the grind games or like in the games where you go second in the interactive games, basically. Is there a way to quick synchro this? I mean, there is a way to quick synchro this with like stuff like Formula Synchron and whatever, but with Halka Fibrex being banned, I don't know if there's going to be a viable way to quick synchro, right? Like it could have been something to quick synchro into with like Halka Fibrex, but without Halka Fibrex, I don't know. Formula is a light. I'm just not aware of any deck that really makes Formula right now. Like, technically. And then again, you have to ask yourself the question, if I'm quick synchroing on my opponent's turn, what's better? Synchro summoning this or making Barone? Most of the time, the answer is going to be Barone. Sometimes it might be this thing, but like, probably going to be Barone more often. Goatee. Okay, I like this card. This is very strong. Gunkan Suship Chef's Choice. Suship support, apparently. Continuous spell. Once per turn, you can reveal a Gunkan Suship Shari in your hand, place a counter on this card, and if you do, reveal a Gunkan XYZ monster in your extra deck, and if you do that, your opponent declares the name of a Gunkan monster mentioned on a Gunkan XYZ monster except Gunkan Suship Shari. Add the declared card from your deck to your hand. If you cannot, shuffle this card into the deck. If this card in your possession is destroyed by your opponent, they pay life points exactly equal to the number of counters that were on it times 500. So I am utterly confused. Hold on. You reveal Gunkan Suship Shari. So you already have to have Shari in your hand. Isn't that the vanilla? Suship Shari. Yes. So you already have to have the vanilla in hand. Isn't that bad? Isn't it bad that you already need to have the Shari in hand? Isn't that kind of the... Doesn't that defeat the purpose of this? It works with Suship Shari, the other one. Oh, hold on. There's another one? Suship Shari. Oh, there is Shari Red. Yes, there is Shari Red as well. This card becomes Gunkan Suship Shari while in hand, deck, or grave, or on the field. Okay. Okay, so you reveal Suship Shari in your hand, you get a counter on this card, and then you reveal a Gunkan XYZ in your extra deck. But why do you have to reveal the extra deck monster? What's the point of revealing an extra deck monster? Your opponent declares the name of a Gunkan monster mentioned on a Gunkan XYZ monster. But not on that one that the one you reveal basically... Oh, I get it. Yeah, okay. It's the chef's choice. You are recommending them. You are recommending them an XYZ monster. You're showing them one. You're like, yeah, look at this one. You wanna name that one? And then they okay. But doesn't that basically mean you have to run every single Gunkan monster that is on any given XYZ? Right? Because if there's even a single one that you don't run, they can basically call that one. There are only 3. Okay. There are only 3 that are mentioned. Okay. People won't know the bat one. Okay, that's an interesting ruling question. What happens if I simply don't know any of them? As a player, can I go and ask what are the legal names I can call? Is that a thing? Can I ask for all the legal answers for the the card? Well, yeah, you're always gonna know one, right? You're always gonna know one, but can I ask for the other ones? Can I ask for the other ones? Probably, right? No? Are you sure? Because can I go into Neuron and see how many Gunkans XYZs there are? Is that possible? I feel like you should. I feel like you should be able to go into Neuron, like ask and see. I don't remember what the Gunkan XYZs do. Can I read them? I don't know. It's weird because you can definitely you can ask for a card. You can ask what a card does even without knowing its name. Like, for example, if you want to know what, like, I don't know, if you don't know what you can describe the card, right? If you don't know what a certain card does, like if you don't know what Bestial Druisworm does, you can or like the exact wording, but you don't remember the name, you can be like, can I look up the effect of the one Bestial that like sends a special summon monster from the field to the graveyard, right? That one you can look up, right? Or like if you forget what Bestial Lubellion does, you're like, can I read the effect of the one Bestial that searches other Bestials from the deck, right? That's what I mean, Voldemort. That's what I'm getting at. Like I if I can describe the card, if I can tell the judge what card I'm looking for, they have to tell me the effect. But if I don't even know what exists, like, can I just ask, like, tell me all of the Gunkan XYZs that exist? Is that a legal question to a judge? Probably not. I can probably not just ask them, yo, what kind of options does my opponent have here? Right? It wouldn't be that. Like, you can't just, like, be like, okay, what options does my opponent have? Can I look at every single possible Gunkan XYZ? Right? That'd be weird. Can I get a Temaki or an Urumaki, Chet? I want to know the one that looks like a Maki. That one. Interesting. It's an interesting thought. I actually don't know exactly what the ruling on that would be. The burn is the bill. If this card in your possession is destroyed, they pay life points. Yeah, if they leave the restaurant, if they destroy the card, they have to pay the bill. Because every time you do it, you put a counter. So each of them costs 500. That's very funny. It's funny design. It is funny design, although I don't know how much this helps, to be honest. I don't know how much this helps the Suship deck. But it does give you a search. The problem is, if your opponent knows about the Suship cards, then they can always force you to search the worst one, right? Even if you play all of them. If they know the effects of the cards, they can always force you to search whichever one they want you to have, which is like, by design, it's a little flawed. Right? So I'm looking at it from the perspective of, can this card help make Suships good? Which I know Suships is somewhat of a meme, but like, if we look at support cards, that's what we have to ask ourselves. It's like, can this card help Suships become relevant? And with that, I don't know, because like, even if Suships become relevant, this is like the worst search card possible, because A, it forces you to run every single Suship that is named on XYZs, because otherwise you risk just not getting anything. And B, if people know what the deck does, then they can just always give you the one they want you to have. So it's a very awkward way to give you a searcher. It's a very awkward way to give the deck a searcher, even though it is funny. I can get it. So if in the meme context of Suships, I can get behind it. I like it. It's cool. Okay.
Happy New Year.
Yo, Pansy Cake, thank you so much for the 4 months. Welcome back. Happy New Year to you as well. Glad to have you back. Okay. Gunkan Suship Chef's Choice. Interesting card. Funny design. I doubt it's going to make Suships viable. And then last off, unless I've missed anything, this is the last card that was revealed while I was gone. This is First Purchase of the Year. First Purchase of the Year. Normal trap card. Excavate the top 5 cards of your opponent's deck. And if you do, choose one of them and declare a multiple of 100. Max 3000. Your opponent can gain that amount of life points, and if they do, you lose that many life points. And if you do that, add the chosen card to your hand. Place the rest on the top of the deck in the same order. Excavate the top 5 cards of your opponent's deck, and if you do, choose one of them and declare a multiple of 100. Your opponent can gain that amount of life points, and if they do, you lose that many life points, and if you do that, add the chosen card to your hand. So they just say no. But they just say no. They just say no, and this card does nothing. They just say no. Oh, okay. This is a meme card. This is not a real card. This is not meant to be a real card, I think. There's no way. This card is awful. Oh yeah, I missed the Albaz ones. I'm gonna do the Albaz ones after these. Yeah, I have not seen these. Indeed. This is literally just look at the top 5 cards of your opponent's deck. Period. Because literally, there's no point in doing this. Okay. Cool. It's funny. It's kind of funny because it's like it's the trade offer meme, right? It's the trade offer meme of like, you gain 3,000 life points, I gain your card. But they're just, the fact that they can just always say no to this one is just funny. How could they have made this like make more sense as just as a card? How could they have made this make more sense? I'm thinking, like, there would have to be something if they say no. If they say no, something needs to happen. If they say no, what happens? If they say no, draw one card. That could work. It would still be a bad card. If they say no, they lose the duel. Bro, then it's not a trade offer. Then they have to say yes. That's also not the point. The point is they should actually have to think about whether they want to give you that card. You know what I mean? Banish those 5 cards? That could also be something. Right? If they say no, you choose the order. That would be something. There should be something attached to it. There should be something attached to it. Like banish those 5 cards or draw 1 card or whatever. It would still be a bad card. No one would ever play it, but it would make a little bit more sense. It's funny, but they could have put some more effort into this to make it actually make sense. Because now it's just not even a real card, because they're always just gonna say no. They could have literally done anything. Like, they could have done, if they say no, they lose the life points and you gain them, maybe, yeah. Even though that wouldn't make sense thematically. I think the most sense is, like, if they say no, you can draw a card. Right? If they say no, you should be able to draw a card. That'd be fine. Then, like, even if they, because, like, the trade offer is, like, you want to take this trade offer, if not, I'm going to replace myself. You know what I mean? But, yeah. It's not a real card. Speaking of real cards, though. Oh boy, I sure was missing some support for the Albaz story themes. Because, boy, it's been a while. Has it been a while since there's been Albaz support? Now, it's getting to the point. It's getting to the point where if you're a fan of any other archetype, you have to feel like they're making fun of us at this point. They're making fun of us at this point, bro. Where is the Necros support, bro? Where is it? Why is there another... Why? Why for like 1.5 years are we getting like 10 Albaz support card every single set? Even if a lot of them are bad. I don't care, but why? Where's the support for other archetypes, bro? Why is there 200 Albaz cards? Well, okay, anyways. I've ranted about this enough before. Sword Soul of Blazing Awakening. You can only use the first and second effect of this card's name each once per turn. If you control a synchro monster, target a card on the field or in either graveyard, banish it. So Xixiao can now search removal. Okay. If your opponent controls a Ritual, Fusion, Synchro, XYZ, or Link monster, you can banish a Synchro monster from your grave, add this card from your grave to your hand.
Alba's lower bat chest.
I rate Nia, thank you for the 3 months. I appreciate that. Alba's lower bat chest, indeed. They forgot the quick play on this? No, bro, I'm happy there's no quick play on this, because that'd be insane if this was a quick play. Leretard, thank you for the 8 months. Appreciate that. I think this card is not going to see play. I think this card is not going to see play, simply because it's a little bit too specific. It doesn't do anything going first. Doesn't do anything going first. It would be good going second. The problem is, even if you can add it back to your hand immediately, you can't use it again because it's both effects are once per turn. But yeah, it could be a side deck card. It could be a side deck card for going second, like a one-off instead of blackout, right? Like maybe we take out blackout going second for this, but it's not gonna change anything. Sword Soul right now is like Sword Soul is now not even meta anymore. I don't know if that's gonna change in the future, but if Sword Soul ever comes back, this could be a consideration. It's nice, yeah. You can discard it for Longyan, which is nice, right? You can discard it for Longyan after you use it. Like you use it, banish something, add it back to hand, and then discard it for Longyan. The problem is you have to banish a Synchro, which early on you're not gonna have that yet, right? If it was a quick play, this card would be insane. If it was a quick play, this card would be better in blackout, like hands down. You'd play multiple of this, I think, if this was a quick play, because it's like so good going first and second. Like if you could also like going second, you can chain it to like stop Appaloosa and shit immediately. Like that'd be really good. But as it is, it's a fine card that might see play if Sword Soul comes back. I don't think it's going to be main deck, though. This could be a side deck card, though. Tri-Brigade Roar. Quick play spell. You can only activate one card with this card's name per turn. If you control a Link monster, send a Tri-Brigade card from your deck or extra deck to the graveyard. Then target an effect monster on the field. Apply this card based on the type of card sent. Apply an effect based on the type of card sent, I assume. Monster, change that target's attack to 0. Spell, negate that target's effects until the end of this turn. Trap, return that target to the hand. That's pretty good. You can... so you have to control a Link monster already, which means this card is not a starter card. This card is not a starter card because you already have to have a Link monster. You already have to be able to play at least a little bit, which is good, right? It's not a starter card. I doubt you're going to be able to play like multiple of this because it doesn't start you off. The insane thing here is that like you can, it's like another layer of interruption. I don't know, can Bear Brum search this? Can Bear Brum search this? Or is Bear Brum only traps? Bear Brum can search this. Okay, interesting. But like, when would you ever do this over Revolt? Interesting. Because okay, I have another question that I actually don't know the answer to. If I'm using the first effect, if I'm sending a monster, can I use this card in the damage step because I'm modifying attack and defense, or can I not? I think you can, right? But only if you use that effect. Which makes it a little bit better. I think you can use that effect in the damage step, which makes it a bit better, because then it's like way harder for your opponent to respond with the attack modulation. The thing is, you can send a spell to negate effects like imperm, right? Which is kind of okay. But like sending another Tri-Brigade spell, is there a Tri-Brigade spell with a graveyard effect? Asaku, thank you so much for the 4 months. I appreciate you. Thank you. Can you always use it in damage step? Only if you use the first effect. Only if you use the first effect. If you use the second or third effect, you cannot use it in the damage step. You can send the new Link 5. I know you can. My problem with that is that the payoff for that is not that high, because you're only changing a monster's attack to 0. That's not that great, right? You can send Shurake to get a search. You can send Bearbrum to search the trap, but that's a -1. You can... I don't know if I like this card. I don't know if I like this card, to be honest. Because if it didn't have this restriction, I think it would be busted. But the fact that you cannot use it as a starter card is what makes it weird, in my opinion. Right? It's like if I'm trying to break a board, I have to make a link first to use this card. If I can't get to a link monster, I can't use it. So the only way I see myself using this card is going first. It's a good set because I can bounce a card, right? I can bounce a monster by sending Tri-Brigade Oath or something. Or is Oath a spell? Or like negate an effect and send Oath. However, I'm not convinced this card is good. The more I think about it. The more I think about it, I don't think it's that strong. Because you need to control a link monster. So it's not a starter card. It's by default pretty useless going second. And you are never going to search this. Because you're always going to search Revolt over it. Lightheart could be used, yes, but even that requires you to start playing into your opponent's board, right? Even Lightheart requires you to be able to play, right? If they have interruption, they can stop you from getting link monsters. And then the payoff for all of that is not even that strong, right? Because like, yeah, okay, bouncing a monster is nice, negating an effect is nice, but like there's other cards that can do that. I don't know. I think it's a card that sounds better than it actually is because of that restriction. Because of that restriction, I'm not sure. Now, on another note, you might want to use this in some other decks, maybe, because you can use it in other decks too. It's not specifically limited to a Tri-Brigade deck, because you could use the Tri-Brigade Link 5 in any deck, right? Theoretically, in any deck that makes link monsters. But then again, it doesn't feel that strong to me. It's not like, if I'm looking at a card like Ultimate Slayer, I'm like, okay, yeah, that card's insane. That card doesn't have many conditions attached to it. That card just outs stuff going second, straight up. Card is broken, right? If it works. And like this one is like way more specific than that. So I don't know if it's worth it. I don't really know if it's worth it. This card doesn't... I am not convinced by this card. Right? More upstarts for Ray? Technically, yeah. Technically you could use this in Sky Striker, because that's a deck that puts out link monsters very easily. And you can make this card be an upstart goblin. You can make it be a monster negate. You can make it be a bounce, maybe. If you... Nah, you wouldn't play traps for it. You can make Almirage into Secure Gardener, though. Gardener is not a 0 attack, yeah. But, no. I'm not convinced this card is good. Or, like, broken. This card is not bad, but I don't know if this card will see play, is the way I should phrase it. It's like... It feels like just another one of those Albaz lore cards that is like, you look at it and it's decent, but then the more you think about it, it's just not strong enough. Like an issue that a lot of branded / Albaz cards have. Because they've just made so many of them. And that's a good thing. I don't want them to be like super strong, right? Because the Albaz lore has enough support. If all of them were super good, like we'd have a problem. Okay. Blazing a Branded King. You can only use one of the first and second effects of this card's name per turn and only once per turn. Choose a fusion monster you control that mentions Fallen of Albaz as material and negate the effects of all other face-up cards currently on the field until the end of this turn. During the end phase, if a fusion monster was sent to your graveyard this turn, you can add this card from your graveyard to your hand. Choose a fusion monster you control that mentions Fallen of Albaz. Negate the effects of all other cards face up on the field. So this is powerful. This is powerful. But it's a little bit awkward because it's only one of the two effects per turn. So I have a hard time imagining the second effect ever mattering. Right? It's very hard to for the second effect to ever matter. Because think of it this way. Let's say we're setting this card up on the first turn. We have it set. Turn 2, we're going to use it on our opponent's turn, right? It goes back to us. Turn 3, we're going to send a fusion monster to the graveyard for something, right? In the end phase, we can add it back to the hand. So we are getting the trap card back in the end phase of our third turn. They get their turn 4, we get turn 5, then we can set it. And then on turn 6, we can use it again. So the recovery here is very weak. The recovery is a little weak. Of course, Branded has its tricks. Branded has its tricks to get it back, right? With like Branded Retribution or whatever. But that's not about like, I'm thinking about how does the second effect matter? And I think it never matters. The second effect never matters, but the first effect is powerful. The first effect is powerful. So basically...
Joshua now has perfect information.
Italian Open in Bologna? Will you come? Hi, Josh.
Yo,
happy to
Taro,
see you
thank you
back
for the
to
4
stream.
months. Appreciate you. I probably won't be at the Italian Open, no. Currently, I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I don't think the tier format is bad, but I'm not super hyped. I'm not really hyped to play the same deck over and over and over again. That's why I brought Spright to my last regional, and that's why I'm not super motivated to play right now. Like I enjoy tier, but at some point I've had enough of playing mirror matches endless. So like I have also decided to, there's a regional in Cologne this weekend that I decided to skip. I will be going to a regional in 2.5 weeks in Kaiserslautern. I will not be going to Cologne, but I will be going to Kaiserslautern in 2.5 weeks. When does Amazing Defenders come out? I think it's before Kaiserslautern. So that's like one hope that I have, is like maybe I'm able to play something cool with the Amazing Defenders stuff, which we're gonna look at in a second. January 19th. Yeah, it's before that regional. And that's why I chose to go that's why I chose to go to that regional instead of the Cologne one. I am going to attend YCS Lyon and YCS London, yes. I will always attend YCSs, no matter the format, pretty much. Just wondering if there's a reason why the stream videos are no longer available. I like to watch them when I get back from work. They are available. It's just the last one. The last one is not available because I messed up with the audio settings, and so the music was in the VOD, so I had to take it down. But the from the VODs are all there. It's just I've been taking a week off since New Year's. The VOD from today is not there for me, at least. Yes, hold on. Good thing that you remind me. Because I always publish VODs. Yes, the thing is, because the way it works on Twitch, is last time I had music in my VOD and they detected it, right? And so they said, here, we're gonna turn off VODs being published automatically. And I haven't enabled it again, but I have enabled it now, so you should be able to see it later. It's gonna be public after the stream, don't worry. If it's on unpublished, I will publish it. I can publish an unpublished VODs app. It will be available, do not worry. The VOD will be from now on, and the VODs will always stay available. I will always keep my VODs available. I might also start uploading them to YouTube, because the Twitch page, I think, only stores them for 60 days. So we've been working on getting a VOD channel ready in 2023. That's probably gonna happen if people want it. I don't know how many people want that, but yeah. All right. I think that is enough from new cards. There's a lot of stuff that we missed. We have talked about Despia and Bestial, the synchros, last time. Unfortunately, there's no VOD for it, but I can quickly... Okay, since there's no VOD... Wait, there was a Syak card. Did they just now publish that? Double hooking. Hold up. There's a new card. Double hooking. Continuous trap card. You can only activate one card with this card's name per turn. Activate this card by discarding one card. Then target up to 2 monsters in your graveyard. Special summon them. If any of the targeted monster leaves the field, destroy this card. If this card leaves the field, destroy the targeted monsters. That's unfortunate. Because that's not a good card. It's not a good card. Like, the thing is, this is not even a power creep on Call of the Haunted. This is not even a power creep on Call of the Haunted, because it's like, you get an extra monster, but you have to discard an extra card. And like, this is basically this is Twin Twister. This is basically what Twin Twister was for MST. This is this for Call of the Haunted. Exactly. Like, or Book of Lunar Eclipse. And honestly, I don't exactly understand what they are trying to do with that. Because there's been other examples like that. Like Book of Lunar Eclipse was a terrible card because Book of Moon wasn't even good anymore. Like, Book of Moon wasn't even good anymore, so making a card that just does the same thing that Book of Moon does, but twice, but you also have to discard a card, not good. Like, still not good enough, right? The only card ever that I remember being a good version of a previous card by doing that was Twin Twisters. Retro yugioh, thank you for the raid. Appreciate that. Hope you had a good stream. This card is not good. Call of the Haunted is outdated. When is the last time a card like Call of the Haunted was good? Who remembers? I think I remember. I think I remember the last time. I think that was Cosmo. I think it was Cosmo in 2016 or 2015. Like 7 years ago. 7 years ago was the last time it was good, Call of the Haunted. Yo, good night, Retro yugioh. Thank you for the rate. Noob Cybot, thank you for the 5 months. Appreciate you. So, yeah, this card is not good, unfortunately. I mean, Call of the Haunted is not good. This is like pretty much the same card quality as Call of the Haunted. Doesn't cut it. Honestly, the weird thing, or the sad thing about this, is that even if this card didn't require a discard, if this card was just target up to 2 monsters in the grave, special summon them, period, I don't think it would be good. I don't think it would be good. Like, just a double Call of the Haunted, like a straight up power creep on Call of the Haunted, I don't think you would play it in most decks. I don't think you would. So I wonder why they are so, like, I wonder why they're so cautious with making a card like this better. Right? Like, why are you giving this card a drawback? You don't have to do that. This card wouldn't even be good if it didn't have the cost. Well, okay. Hold on. You can discard one and then target. Can I summon back what I discard at least? Can I at least do that? Because it's both part of the cost. I think I can, right? Because it's discard, then target. Okay, so at least I can discard the card I can summon back the card that I discard. That's a slight benefit. But I don't think it makes the card good. It's weird. It's a weird card, not very strong. Okay, what was I going to do before that? Oh, I was going to repeat I was going to talk quickly for the people that missed it last time, because the VOD is not here. I'm going to quickly give you my opinion on the Thespian Lulu Valeth. And was there another one? Oh yeah, Albion the Incandescent Dragon. Those two. Because those two are relevant. Those two are relevant. In case you missed it, I'm quickly going to repeat it. Not too long, but just okay. So Lulu Valeth was the level 12 synchro that's like 1 level 4 tuner, 1+ non-tuner monsters. You can only use the second effect once per turn. Once per turn, if a card leaves either extra deck, you can make all face-up monsters you currently control gain 500. Then you can negate the effects of a face-up card in the field until the end of this turn. During the end phase, if this card is in the grave because it was sent at its turn, you can special summon one light spellcaster monster from your hand or deck. I personally don't think I don't think this card is very good. The more I think about it, it's like, yeah, I don't know exactly what the artwork is sick, but yeah, there is ways to cheat it out with the Cartesia fusion. Yeah, is to like send it to the graveyard by card effect. But the on-field effect is just not that powerful. Yeah, you can cheat it out, and that might make it viable. In a nutshell, like this card in its own right, in a vacuum, is not that strong, I think. Maybe if you cheat it out, it's like a nice bonus, because like, yeah, the thing that when a card leaves the extra deck, that also triggers just when your opponent summons something from the extra deck. So whenever your opponent summons from the extra deck, you can basically gain attack and negate an effect. That's not bad. It's a decent card. I just don't think it's like super strong.
Wishes for you and the channel.
Yo, thank you, Subs Troops. Thank you for the 6 months. Happy New Year to you as well. Welcome back. It's a little bit like Dramaturge. Yeah, it's a little bit like a Dramaturge from the extra deck. And Dramaturge isn't that good. If you cheat it out, it might be good if you get it for free. We don't say no to that, of course. But yeah. And then we have Albion the Incandescent Dragon, which is another one that I think is not that good, but it has some problematic stuff to it. Fallen of Albaz and a light spellcaster monster obviously wants you to use Ecclesia or Cartesia. Cannot be used as fusion material. You can only use the second and third effect of this card's name each once per turn. Your opponent cannot target this card with card effects. During your opponent's turn, you can target 2 monsters in the graveyard, special summon both monsters, 1 on each field. If this card is in the grave, you contribute 4 monsters in the extra monster zone in each player's center main monster zone if you do special summon this card. This effect almost doesn't matter. It's never going to happen. The only really problematic thing, because like, how are you summoning this card? Probably Branded Fusion. Otherwise, it's really hard to make any, like, you can make it if you hard draw Albaz, but for the most part, it's like a thing that you can summon with Branded Fusion. Is this card better than making Lubellion or Albion and then summoning Mirror Jade? Probably not. Mirror Jade is incredibly strong. So unless Mirror Jade gets banned, which is probably not happening, I don't think this card is a better option. I don't think, hands down, I don't think this card is a better option than Mirror Jade in like 99% of the time. The one thing that people have pointed out is that there is a very concerning combo where you go Branded Fusion, you send Fallen of Albaz, and you send Jaugen the Spiritualist. Let me show you. Jaugen the Spiritualist. You send Jaugen the Spiritualist to summon this card, which is a light spellcaster, and it says you can discard a random card from your hand to the grave, destroy all special summon monsters on the field. Neither player can special summon monsters. Now, you can send that with Branded Fusion because it is a light spellcaster. So you send Fallen of Albaz and that to the graveyard. Oops. And then during your opponent's turn, you use this effect. You target 2 monsters in the graveyard and you special summon both monsters, 1 to each field. So you're going to summon the Jaugen to your field and you're going to summon anything to your opponent's field in defense position. And then you have a Jaugen on the field, which is a special summon lock. The problem with that is Jaugen is very easy to run over. It's only 1300 defense. And now my first instinct was I'm just going to give the Jaugen to my opponent. The problem is Jaugen has the effect, the first effect, where you discard a card and then you destroy all special summoned monsters, which includes itself. Because it is a special summoned monster in this scenario, right? So basically, this is just a different version of the Edo / Raz Disciple lock. It's just the same thing, but you don't have to run 2 cards for it, right? You don't have to run 2 cards for it because for the Edo or Raz Disciple, you have to run the Edo / Raz Disciple plus Branded Exile. Or what was it called? I think it's Branded Exile, right? Expulsion, I mean. Expulsion, not Exile. Expulsion. That's 2 cards you need to run, whereas for this one, you only need to run 1. But at the end of the day, it's relative. It's like a much weaker lock. The Jaugen is a much weaker lock than Edo. And to be fair, even the Edo or the Disciple lock is not very good. Like, of course, it's powerful and it looks very strong, but I've never felt the need to use it in Despia. I always felt like the normal Despia board was good enough, right? And it's the same for this. If I have to choose between going for a Jaugen lock that's really easy to break, all they have to do is normal summon and attack the Jaugen, and then they can play in main phase 2. And then why not just go for Mirror Jade plus Branded in red? Mirror Jade plus Branded in red is so strong. Right? Mirror Jade Branded in red is such a strong opener. I don't feel the need to go for this. I just don't think it's better. Yes, it's possible, but it's not better. So I wouldn't be worried about this. I don't think this card is particularly strong. I think it could be a good secondary synchro to make after you've already made Mirror Jade, like in the middle of the game. This card could be a powerful option because it gives you follow-up basically, right? It gives you follow-up because you can like revive your Alubers and whatever, and you can give them something that you don't care about. I don't know. You can revive Albaz on the opponent's turn. Honestly, I think that's a better way to go about this than using Jaugen for this, right? If you can make this, sometimes you can just like bring back Albaz on your opponent's turn. Like for example, let's imagine we have Cartesia on our ending board, right? We have a Cartesia and we have an Albaz in hand because we happened to draw one. We happened to draw a Fallen of Albaz. We don't use it in our first turn combo. We still have it in hand, and we end with a Cartesia on the field to quick fusion summon on our opponent's turn, right? One thing you could do is on your opponent's turn, use the Cartesia to fuse into this guy with the Albaz in hand. Because fusing into Lubellion or Albion isn't that good when you already have the Mirror Jade on the field, right? So you can make this guy. You can make this guy, and then you're gonna have an Albaz in the graveyard. You're gonna have Albaz in the graveyard, so what you can do after you've made this is immediately revive the Albaz on your opponent's turn and use its effect to fuse. Right? So it's a cool way it's a cool way to get the Fallen of Albaz onto your field on the opponent's turn to trigger its Super Poly effect. So I think this card has some potential to be played as a one-of in the regular Despia decks, especially if they use Cartesia, of course. And that's what it's best at. One-of in those decks, maybe it comes up sometimes, maybe it's worth a slot, maybe it's not. But I don't think you're going to use this for any Jowgen locks. I don't think it's going to be good. People are going to try it, but it's not going to be good. And that's my take on these two cards. This card is potentially playable as a one-off. This card is also playable if you can cheat it out, but in itself, this is not a very powerful card, I think. It's fine. What I do like is that both of these cards, or like mainly this card, encourages you to play a version without Branded Fusion, right? And I think that's the direction that we're going to take with Albaz in the future. I've talked about this on the last stream as well. I think that the OCG, the card developing team, has realized that the Despia / Albaz archetype is a very popular archetype. A lot of people like it. I think it has a lot of fans, me included. I like the Albaz. As much as I'm joking about another wave of Albaz support, I actually like the Despia deck. I like Albaz. I like the Cartesia stuff. I like what they're doing with this. Even though I think they could do a little bit less and print support for other archetypes, I do like the Albaz archetype. But I also do acknowledge that Branded Fusion was maybe a little bit over the top. And I think that's what they're trying to achieve, is keep the Albaz and Branded deck alive, even if they eventually limit or maybe even ban Branded Fusion, because I think that's the direction we're heading. I think they want to push us in a direction where we play the deck without Branded Fusion, or maybe we play with one Branded Fusion once it's limited, but we don't rely on it anymore. And that's, I think, what we're looking for. And I don't mind that direction, to be honest. I don't mind that direction. I don't like the fact that Despia is so centered around Branded Fusion, because it also creates that weird, like, I remember the Despia format as something like, oh, I'm just praying they don't have Ash Blossom, and I don't like that. I don't like my deck being so weak if my one Branded Fusion gets negated, because it creates a lot of variance in terms of like Ash Blossom and stuff. So I don't mind it. What's your opinion on a spell that lingers? Do you mean the Morganite? We talked about that. You're going to be able to check it out in the VOD for today's stream. We talked about that today. Okay. By the way, speaking of which, okay, hold on. There's a few things I want to talk about. There's a few things I want to talk about here before we move on. We do play some cards in a second, it's crazy. But this is troublesome. Yo. Cartesia? Holy. I'm gonna be honest with you, I have one. I have one Cartesia, and I hope that's enough. I hope that's enough. I hope we don't play multiples. I bought a Starlight Cartesia. It has Starlight also? I mean, Starlight probably also went up. Not that much. The Starlights are more stable in price because most people just settle for the secret. And then I also tweeted this while we're at it. I did order a Labyrinth Core. Not because I think it's gonna be like tier 1. Please don't get, this was not a Labyrinth is gonna be busted. You should all buy Labyrinth. That's not what I meant. I just, ever since Paleo, I'm a sucker for like trap archetypes that feel really interactive. And honestly, when we played Labyrinth in Master Duel, I had a lot of fun. With Labyrinth. I enjoy Labyrinth. I hope it's going to be good. I don't know if it is. But I have hopes. Did the Labyrinth go even up? Did I actually make a good move for once? Oh, that seems about the same. That's about the same as when I bought them. I paid like 27-ish. I think, so nothing too crazy. This is also ridiculous, by the way. This one makes me furious. What is this? Bro. They is Saronir at this point? Is Saronir expensive? Bro, Saronir is $3? That's not okay, bro. The Bestial engine is almost $100, dude. Oh, that's painful. God damn. Oh, God. Yeah, the Bestials are painful to look at on the market. Okay, but enough for that. Enough for that. Let's get into something with substance. Let's get into something with substance because I want to do something. We've talked enough about the tier limit format that we had after Magnificent Mavens. I want to look ahead. I want to see what's changing. Are we going to talk about tier, Kashtira, or create a deck list? We will do that very soon. But we will go in order. Before we look at Photon Hypernova, we will look at Amazing Defenders, because that is the next set. So we will be looking at that first. We will look at Amazing Defender stuff first today. And then we're going to look at Photon Hypernova after. I don't know if we have time to look at Photon Hypernova today. There's a lot of stuff because I don't want to just read the cards. I also want to look into some deck builds and some combos potentially. Like I've heard word on the street is there's a Mikanko Libromancer deck. We might, I think Nesh made a video about it. We might check that out and see what's possible there. Maybe it is finally time for Geek Boy to go to the moon where he should have always been. I remember the Mikanko cards to be pretty good. So I think yeah. First of all, we're gonna read the cards because I don't remember all of these effects exactly. And then we're gonna experiment with it a little bit. That's the plan for today. And then Photon Hypernova is basically next on the agenda. So next week, next couple streams, the plan is to look at all of Photon Hypernova, to deck build with Photon Hypernova, and then I also want to make the big ban list discussion that I promised you guys. The one where, you know, they're gonna have to hit tier, Spright, Flunder, but they also have to hit a lot of other stuff to prevent us from getting back into the last format. So I predict the next ban list to be huge. At least I hope it will be. And I want to make that a poggers discussion next week. So if you don't want to miss any of that, and you're new to the stream or you're not followed yet, feel free to follow. That's free, and you get notifications when I go live again. I appreciate all of you following. That would make me very happy. Okay. Now, as far as I'm aware, these are all the new cards from Amazing Defenders. It is a side set. It is not going to be like huge main set vibes. It's just a couple of things. I think similar to similar to Tactical Masters, I think this set has 3 major archetypes, which are Rescue Ace, Mikanko, and Purery. Now, my first impression, we're gonna talk about it more. My first impression is that Rescue Ace, not that relevant, at least yet. Purery, also probably not that strong, although a cool design. I like it, but I'm not sure if it's going to be good. Mikanko, though, gives me some vibes of a possible good deck. Maybe not before Ishizu tier gets slaughtered on a ban list, but at some point, Mikanko might be strong, might be something. It's giving me kind of the vibes I had when I saw Runix. just a little bit less, right? I don't think it's quite as good as Runics. Like when I saw Runic for the first time, when we experimented with Runics on the first couple streams, I was like, yeah, okay, we have something here, right? Whereas with Mikanko, I'm not sure if it's going to be good right off the bat, but it has some potential. We're going to talk about it in a bit. But let's start with Rescue Ace. So Rescue Ace, honestly, the design on it feels very, very generic. It feels like any of the, like, okay, just another archetype full of machines and some warriors in it. I don't know, but okay. So Rescue Ace Hydrant is the first one. While you control a Rescue Ace monster other than Rescue Ace Hydrant, your opponent's monsters cannot target this card for attacks. Also, your opponent cannot target this card with card effects. You can only use each of the following effects of Hydrant once per turn. You can activate a quick play spell card or trap card set by your Rescue Ace card effect the turn it was set. During your main phase, you can add a Rescue Ace monster from your deck to your hand, except Rescue Ace Hydrant. So, this be okay. This is like an okay card, right? Because it just adds a card from your hand and it has a bonus effect, so we don't mind it. Rescue Ace Impulse. During your main phase, you can choose an effect monster your opponent controls with the highest attack, and neither player can activate that monster's effects on the field this turn. When your opponent activates a monster effect on the field, quick effect, you contribute this card from your hand or field. Special summon a machine Rescue Ace monster from your deck. You can only use each effect of Rescue Ace Impulse once per turn. This card is not that great. It's a Lone Fire Blossom that only triggers when your opponent activates an effect. It's not a trigger. It's you can only use it when your opponent activates an effect. So going first, it's very bad. Going second, it's quite strong. It's like a mini Havness, right? Because it triggers. You can trigger it on your opponent's turn. The question is, can you summon something that's actually good, right? Like, can you summon something that's actually good? And then, yeah. Rescue Ace Intruder. If this card is normal or special summoned, you can add a Rescue Ace Trap from your deck to your hand. Okay, not bad. When your opponent activates a monster effect on the field, you contribute this card from your hand or field, target a Rescue Ace in your grave, except Rescue Ace Intruder, special summon it. You can only use each effect of Rescue Ace Intruder once per turn. Okay, here I see some synergy. Immediately. Maybe Rescue Ace is a going second deck, but we'll see. Because let's see you open Impulse, right? You can go on your opponent's turn, they start with an effect. You tribute Ace Impulse from your hand. You special summon Intruder from your deck to add a Rescue Ace Trap from your deck to your hand. So free +1 and free body on the field. And then you can even use this effect as well to tribute it to summon back the Impulse, which isn't that great, but okay. Air Hoister. Dodo, thank you so much for the 3 months. Welcome back. Thank you for your Prime. Appreciate you. If this card is normal or special summoned, you can add a Rescue Ace spell from your deck to your hand. When your opponent activates a monster effect, you contribute this card from your hand or field. Special summon a Rescue Ace from your hand, except Air Hoister. Okay. So you can also summon this one to add a spell. We're going to read the spells. So they like tag out into each other is the deal here. They tag out into each other. And so does this one search? No. If a Rescue Ace monster other than Rescue Ace Fire Attacker is normal or special summoned, you can special summon this card from your hand. If this card is added to your opponent's hand, no, if a card is added to your opponent's hand, except by drawing, you can draw 2 cards, then discard 1 card. You can only use each effect of Rescue Ace Fire Attacker once per turn. Okay. Oh, it summons machine, so not even the good ones. Oh, that's even worse. Okay, hold on. They all summon... This one summons any Rescue Ace. This one summons any Rescue Ace. This one only summons machines. Okay, that's a bummer. That makes it even worse, but okay. Rescue Ace Fire Engine. If a Rescue Ace monster other than Rescue Ace Fire Engine is normal or special summoned to your field, you can special summon this card from your hand. If a monster is special summoned to your opponent's field, you can special summon a level 4 or lower Rescue Ace from hand, deck, or grave. You special summon this card from your hand. If a monster is special summoned to your opponent's field, you can special summon level 4 or lower from your hand, deck, grave. Okay, that one's good. That one is the best one probably to go into with this thing. And Turbulence is you can banish 2 Rescue Ace cards from your grave. Special summon this card from your hand. During your main phase, you can set up to 4 Rescue Ace quick play spells and or normal traps with different names directly from your deck. If another card you control leaves the field by an opponent's card effect, you can target a card in the field, destroy it. 4 spells and traps for free. Okay. That probably means the spell traps aren't that good, but okay. Rescue Ace Headquarters. While your opponent controls a monster, Rescue Aces gain 500 attack and defense. During your main phase, you can normal summon addition. Once per turn, you can target 4 of your Rescue Ace cards that are banished and or in the grave, shuffle them into the deck, draw 1 card. Yo, a field spell that doesn't search on activation? A field spell that doesn't search on activation. What do you mean? What am I supposed to do with that? It's not a bad card. It's like one of those. It's one of those field spells that would have been really good a couple years ago. I think comparing this to modern standards, it's just not that good. But like a couple years ago, this would have been a solid field spell. But can this set it? You can set up to 4 Rescue Ace, no quick play spells. Okay. Rescue. This card is treated as a Rescue Ace card. Target 1 Rescue Ace monster in your grave. Or if you control a Rescue Ace Hydrant, you can target a monster in your opponent's grave instead, special summon it. Not bad. Extender. Alert! Add a Rescue Ace monster from your grave to your hand. If you control Hydrant, you can add Rescue Ace from your deck to your hand instead. Okay. Contain. If you control a Rescue Ace monster, target an effect monster your opponent controls. This turn, that effect monster can't attack. Its effects are negated. Also, if you control Hydrant, it cannot be used as a material for Fusion, Link, XYZ, or Synchro. Or Link. Extinguish. If you control a Rescue Ace, target an effect monster your opponent controls, destroy it. Then if you control Hydrant, this turn your opponent cannot activate the effects of the destroyed monster. Okay. And that's it. And that is it. Insane. So, okay, this card specifically is good, right? Being able to just get all of those cards for free is nice, right? The problem is I don't see a good way. I don't see a good way here to set up this guy. Right? I don't really see how we set this up. I don't even see a great quote-unquote combo here. Right? Like, because none of these are starter cards. None of these are, except for the Hydrant. The Hydrant is a starter card. But that's it. All the other ones don't do anything. So, like, the only way I would ever see this... The only way I would ever see this being viable is, like, going second. Because going second, all of your cards have effects, actually. Right? Can be summoned from the level 2 Gizmek? I guess. The problem is... all of the other ones are just vanillas, I guess. Okay, we're not going to spend too much time on Rescue Ace, I think. I don't think there's much. I don't even see a... Literally, can someone name a 2-card combo going first? Okay, I see one. I see one 2-card combo here. And that's normal summon Hydrant, special summon Fire Engine. These two together are a good combo. Because you can go normal summon Hydrant, special summon this. Then Hydrant can add the Turbulence. Hydrant can add Turbulence, and then you can make a link 2 out of these two, and then you can special summon Turbulence. Hydrant plus Field doesn't even get you to the Turbulence, though. It's weird. It's weird. Air Hoister plus Hydrant. Air Hoister. If this card is normal or special, add a Rescue Ace spell. So you normal this. Add the field spell. That double normal summons Hydrant. That also works. Okay. Yeah, I see it. Yeah. Okay. It's not good though. Okay. Mikanko. Now, these are the ones I'm more hyped about. I think Mikankos have some potential. It's my first YCS. Super nervous, but I want to try and make day 2. Any tips? It's hard to say if there's one tip for your first YCS, but like I would say try to enjoy it, and because I think enjoying it is the best way to fight like being nervous. Right? Being nervous is like your worst enemy at big tournaments. So like try and have fun, because that also helps you fight being nervous. And then good luck. Hare or Hare, the Sword Mikanko. If this card is not equipped with any equip card, you take no battle damage from battles involving it. If it is, it cannot be destroyed by battle. Also, your opponent takes any battle damage you would take from battles involving it instead. If this card becomes equipped with an equip card, you can add a Mikanko equip spell from your deck to your hand. Okay, nice. Nini, the Mirror Mikanko. So this one's a warrior, this one's a spellcaster. If this card is not equipped with any equip card, you take no battle damage. If it is, it cannot be destroyed by battle. Also, your opponent takes any. Okay, they all have that. During your opponent's turn, while this card is equipped with an equip card, quick effect, you can target a face-up monster your opponent controls, take control of it until the end phase. Ooh, that is good interruption. That is good interruption. Mikanko of the Oho Hime. You can ritual summon this card with Mikanko Kagura. Cannot be destroyed by battle. Also, your opponent takes any battle damage you would take from battles involving this card instead. You can only use each of the following effects of Mikanko of the Oho Hime once per turn. You can reveal this card in your hand, add a Mikanko card from your deck to your hand, then discard a card. You can target an equip spell in your grave, equip it to an appropriate monster on the field. That's a quick effect. This card is very good. This card is very good. I'll tell you why. It solves one of the core problems of rituals, which is that you always need to draw the ritual monster and the ritual spell. But this one works just like Magician Souls and Illusion of Chaos together, where this card always searches the second part. Right? It's very nice. It's very cool. This card is cute, especially if the ritual spell is powerful, which I don't remember exactly, but this card is nice. And I think some of the equip spell have like really nice effects. So if you ever summon this, it's also cute. Doorway of the Select. Wait, which one is the ritual spell? Kagura. This card can be used to ritual summon any Mikanko ritual monster. You must also tribute monsters from your hand or field whose total level equals or exceeds the level of the ritual monster you ritual summon. Then you can apply the following effect. Destroy cards your opponent controls up to the number of equip spells with different names in your grave, and if you do, inflict 1,000 damage to your opponent for each card destroyed. Now that is a powerful ritual spell. That is a powerful ritual spell, because you basically, it's just a regular ritual summon, right? It's a regular ritual summon, but on the bonus is you can destroy cards your opponent controls up to the number of equip spells in your grave. And that does not happen on that you don't target, you just destroy on resolution. So basically, if this card resolves, you break any board. You break any board if you ever get to ritual summon with this. And the cool thing about Oho Hime is that it's a level 6 monster. That's a level 6 monster, and that means you contribute Benton. You do need equips, but I think there's ways to get that. But we'll see it. But like you can, like one of the first immediate synergies is that you contribute Benton to summon Ohime, which is nice. All right, let's read the other ones in order. Doorway of the Celestial Mikanko, which is a field spell, not an equip. While you control a monster equipped with an equip card, your opponent's monster must attack them if able. If your Mikanko monster battles, your opponent cannot activate cards or effects until the end of the damage step. If your Mikanko monster attacks, at the end of the damage step, you can send an equip card you control to the grave. That monster can make another attack on a monster in a row. This card feels like it facilitates the secondary win condition of Mikankos, of like crashing into your opponent's monsters. Right? You're like trying to crash into your opponent's monsters here to inflict some damage, which I think it can work. I don't think that's your primary win condition. I don't think you play this card because it only does that, basically. It doesn't do anything else. It doesn't have any, like, yeah, it doesn't replace itself. It's basically only an OTK machine. And I'm not sure if you want that. We have not looked at Purery yet. That's next after Mikanko. Purifying Dance of the Mikanko. Equip only to a Mikanko monster. It cannot be destroyed by card effects. If a monster is special summoned to your opponent's field, you can target a monster you control and the monster your opponent controls, return them to the hand. Hambina, thank you so much for the 2 months. Welcome back. I appreciate you. So this one only goes to Mikanko monsters. This card is okay. I don't think this card is amazing. Because I mean, it's a good card going second and going first. Because going second, you can trigger it yourself. No, you can't. Unless you play something like Lava Golem. I have seen people play this with Lava Golem, though, which is funny. You can bounce this. You can bounce the Lava Golem. Interesting card. I'm not sure how good it is. You might play it as a one-of. Blazing Dance of the Mikanko. Special summon a Mikanko monster from your hand or grave, and if you do, equip it with this card. Then you can special summon a monster from your opponent's grave to their field, but negate its effects. Oh, I guess that's how you can trigger that if you want to. The equipped monster cannot be destroyed by card effects. You can only activate. Okay. It's just a reborn, I think. Because the second part is optional. You don't have to give your opponent a monster. You probably rarely want to. It's just an extender, I feel. But that's solid. The Mikanko ritual spell is only once per turn. It can summon from hand, which is a benefit. Of course, you would prefer to summon from the grave, always. Right? You always try to get the maximum value, but in case you like break, and it can be a starter. Inviting Rondo of the Mikanko. Equip to an opponent's monster. Take control of it while you control a Mikanko monster, but it cannot activate its effects while you control it. When this card leaves the field, send the equipped monster to the grave. Oh, you can only control one Inviting Rondo of the Mikanko. You can only activate one Inviting Rondo of the Mikanko per turn. Ooh. That is nice. That is Mikanko Snatch Steal. And Mikanko has quick effect. Target an equip spell in your grave. Equip it to an appropriate monster on the field. So you can just steal monsters. You can steal monsters. And if you make it so... Like, the cool thing is, if you make it so that this card leaves the field by something like... Magician Souls sending it, for example, the monster doesn't even go back. It just dies. That's very cool. Okay. So Inviting Rondo, that's a good one. That's the best one so far. Does it get better? Arabesque of the Mikanko. The equipped monster cannot be destroyed by card effects. During your main phase, you can special summon a Mikanko monster from your hand or deck. with a different original name than the equipped monster. And if you do, equip it with this card, then return to the hand the monster this card was equipped to. The equipped mon... Yo! This one is busted. This one is busted. You can literally, you can bounce opponents' monsters. You activate Arabesque, equip the opponent's monster, emergency teleport a Mekanko monster, and bounce your opponent's monster as well. And you even keep this one. You can also bounce your own cards. Yeah, you can bounce like Bestials and stuff. Yo, this one is very good. Okay, hold on. Let me repeat the two that you can summon with this. Hair and Nini. So Hair was... If this card becomes equipped, you can add a Mekanko. Yo, so you immediately search with this. Right? Arabesque will equip to Hair, and Hair will immediately search. Another equip spell. There's a third one? Is it in Amazing Defenders, the third one? Is my list incomplete, or is that one later? No, it's not in there. Okay. Then we don't need to look at it yet. Okay, but that interaction is already really strong. Okay. The Great Mekanko of Legend. Special summon a Mekanko monster from your hand, ignoring its summoning condition, but return it to the hand during your opponent's end phase. During your main phase, you can banish this card from your grave, send a Mekanko card from your deck to the grave, except the Great Mekanko of Legend. You can only use each effect of the Great Mekanko of Legend once per turn. So, hold on. This lets us cheat out our ritual monster without tributing, in case we don't have the material. And so this can also add that. It adds any Mekanko card. Okay, nice. So we can just, if we have Mekanko of the Ohime, we can just add this from our deck to our hand. If we don't have Benton, for example. Okay. If we don't have Benton, for example, we just add this, and then we can summon this from hand, and then we can use this to send any Mekanko card from the deck to the graveyard. So we always have an equip spell in the grave. Oh, that's good. We can basically choose any of the equip spells that we need. We can Snatch Steal, we can use Arabesque. Those are good cards. Okay. Did I miss? How do we search Mekanko traps? Only Ohime? Is it only Ohime that searches traps? Special summon a Mekanko from your hand or deck, but banish it when it leaves the field. Then you can equip it with one appropriate equip spell from your hand or grave. As a trap card, that's not a very exciting. As a spell, this would be insane, of course. Mekanko Catfight. If you control a Mekanko monster, target one face-up monster on the field, equip it with one appropriate equip spell from your deck. If an equip spell is sent to your grave while discussing your grave, banish this card, target an equip spell in your grave, add to your hand. This is good because it's just it just basically steals your opponent's monsters with Rondo. But since it's not, it doesn't feel like you can easily search it. Since it seems like you cannot easily search it at this point in time. At this point in time, I'm not sure how much we yeah. Okay, so these cards seem very good. These cards seem very good. There's a lot going on here, though. There's a lot going on, so that's why. And I've just received my, I've just received lunch, Pog. Not dinner. I have received lunch. So what we're gonna do, while I have my lunch, we're gonna watch Nesh's video. Shoutouts to Nesh. he made a Mechanical Libromancer deck, which I'm always down to play Libromancers. You guys know I love the Libromancer archetype. So let me pause the music real quick. And we are going to check out this video.
Welcome Tablinario to my channel. Hello everyone. So this is the deck list. Would you like to give us some insight about your deck list and explain those effects?
It's relatively long. I'm going to speed it up a little bit.
Especially Kashtira and Tier Elements, like with new cards, which is
it's very low.
Pretty fine. But I wanted to try like Mikankos because I was just reading through the set.
I feel like,
and
isn't it?
Just seemed like amazing to me, and I was like, there has to be something here. And like as a soul of a combo player, I always like to like figure out like combos and that because that's just like really funny to me.
It is very low. It is top, yes. Hold on. I can turn it up in the sound settings. Sound mixer, Firefox, turn up.
So they literally have like an equip spell that's compulsory evacuation device, and then it's
still low.
And like that's Mikanko of the Arabes.
Turn it all the way up.
Thanks to this card is that I wanted to build this deck. Like I said, like there has to be something here. This has two targets to summon. The first one is the first Mikanko.
Can we hear it at least?
Which, when it's equipped with an equip spell, it adds another like Mikanko equip spell from your deck. So what the equip does is that after like bouncing to hand whatever it summoned, it equips to the new monster, to the Mikanko monster you summon. So it will always trigger like this card to search another of the 3 equip spells that I have. While the blue Mikanko girl is a disruption. Like when,
I can't turn it up higher than this.
During the opponent's turn, you can like take control of a monster they control until the end phase, and it doesn't negate it. Meaning like
this is max I can go.
It means that you can use the ephemeral effect when your opponent like activates something, or you can use whatever monster you stole and link it off with IP Mascarena. Then we have the link monster. I mean the ritual monster. Sorry, Mikanko of the Ohime. Yes, and this.
So we have one of each of the monsters. We have one of each of the monsters. We have 2 Ohime. We have the 1 ritual spell, 1 of the Great Mikanko of Legend. Then we play only. Okay, that is very awkward. I think playing only 1 Arabesque, that feels wrong. Of course, I'm not an expert on Libromancer Mikanko, but I feel like Arabesque is like one of the best ones, and especially, yeah, it does run into some space issues here. It does run into some space issues. The Libromancer deck always tends to happen. It always tends to happen in Libromancers because you really want to play a big Libromancer package plus teleport. You need preparation of rights. You want Benton. You want illusion. Like, yeah, it's tough.
I just add some Mikanko card and then discards another card, which is just really good because like you can keep it in hand. Funny enough, it triggers tier names, although I didn't build that deck. And of course, with a deck based on like equip spells and ritual monsters, I was wondering like what to play with. My 2 options were Inferno Bull and Libromancer, and then I decided for like Libromancer. After the Mikanko the Ohime, we have the ritual spell of the Mikankos, which is Mikanko Kagura. It's the normal.
Okay, I have scanned the deck list, so let's see if there's combos. Yo, they're talking a lot. Okay, hold on. Oh, wombo combo. Okay. That's what we all want to see, don't we?
Which this was like nothing, like before.
So we have Geek Boy plus Doombroker. That's combo.
Now it's an insane play. So you get Geek Boy into the field spell to add Fire Boy, then reveal, summon Fire, add Agent, and this is where you make Flame Swordsman. You summon Agent, add back Fire Boy. It's fire because of a reason. If you start with Italy, you can add Geek Boy because you can still summon it. But if not, you always have Fire.
Ooh.
Isolde to add a warrior, which can be year free, but this time I chose to be agent. And here you send Arabesque, summon Renowned. Renowned adds Arabesque to hand. Arabesque bounces Renowned, to summon the Mikanko Warrior from deck. It becomes equipped to it, and then Mikanko searches the Reborn spell. Since you control a Fire Warrior, you can summon Renault.
And also Reno is a tanner.
Yeah, when it's summoned by its own effect, it becomes a Toner, which means which 1 + 3 makes the Herald. And now you do Cross Ship. And here, like, if you start with Venten, you add Doombroker. If you start with Doombroker, you add Venten. If you start with Hime, you add Illusion. If you start with Illusion, you add Hime.
God damn it, I'll be right back.
That's very insightful. Thank you.
Okay, so here you don't activate Cross Ship because you don't want to like draw the Libromancer trap. Because you can trigger it after. So here you revive to trigger Cross Ship.
Can't even eat properly.
Drawing the trap. Like the combo goes further if you draw like something good. So I'll just do like minimum. Like you drew like 2 Death Talents. You have to discard Diviner for this. To revive it with Elf. And you search the Mikanko because that ends on an interruption. And here, if you notice, we haven't normal summoned yet. Like at all. And
now we have a Baron.
Like if you have like enough like gas, you can do like Baron early with this hand. Like if you have like Venten. If you have Venten or Diviner, you can do Baron early. If you have Doombroker, you cannot.
Honestly,
you cannot play around Nibiru if you...
I'm gonna be honest. It just looks like... It looks like a better version of the Libromancer deck that I played at German Nationals this year. Which I felt like it was good. But it didn't turn out. I didn't do so well with it. But it feels like a better version of that deck. Because it just does more. Right? It just does more with 2 cards. Like back then with 2 cards, we did a very respectable board, but we didn't do as much. But the thing is, the list was like really. It looked like it was tough to fit non-engine. Yeah, that was a problem. What are we eating? I don't know what it's called. I mean, if you're German, you're gonna know what it is. It's Maultaschen in the vegan version, which is like the German take on dumplings, I guess. Yeah.
You only open like the Libromancers.
Mm-hmm.
And then you still have Hime, which has the quick play.
But if you like, even if you get Nibiru, you can still keep playing.
Yeah, exactly, because you steal the Nibiru, like you bounce it. There is a lot of things to do. The quick play ignores like conditions, so you can summon a ritual without tributing. And then it foolishes. You have 2 options to send this equip, which is a Snatch Steal, and the Ritual Mikanko can equip it during the opponent's turn, like just steal a monster. Or the red equip, which is when your opponent summons a monster, you can bounce a monster in each field. So this board, which is like the minimum, like mind you, we drew like 2 cards with Cross Ship here, and you have 3 other cards to start your hand or whatever. But if this is like the bare minimum, then you can do, this is Doombroker, which is Omni Negate, like the trap. Baron is another Omni Negate. The Mikanko thing is either like a quick effect Snatch Steal or a quick effect Compulsory Evacuation Device. An Elf can revive Diviner.
This is strong. My concerns. I'm not going to say issue because I don't know how much of an issue it actually is. I have 2 concerns. The first concern is there's a lot of random cards where it would look like you don't enjoy drawing them. Like, drawing Intervention is not great. Drawing most of these equips is probably not great. Drawing the Renault is probably a disaster unless you draw. On the next note, there is the possibility to put cards back into the deck with Illusion of Chaos. But still, you don't always have that, right? Sometimes you just draw Renault and it sucks, I feel like. Or you draw Intervention and yeah. MBT's variant is safer. Is there a 10-minute testing on Mikanko? MBT shoes. Okay, Pog. Mikanko Libromancer. 10-minute testing. Okay, Pog. That sounds exactly like what I need right now.
Well, you know why I've called this meeting here today?
I do. After we made the Bystials, every single Drytron player left Yu-Gi-Oh! So we need to make a brand new ritual archetype to bring them back.
Let's get brainstorming.
Alright.
What if they had powerful main deck monsters enabling strong rituals? Would that work?
No sir, that's Drytron again, remember? Okay, what if they were like religious spirits?
Nope, that's Dogmatica.
What if they were both? That could be really cool, right?
Oh, and to get out in front of the accusations of homophobia, let's make it Libromancer support.
You got it.
Good afternoon, Jenk enthusiasts. I'm MBT, and this is 10-minute testing. Let me just get out in front of the allegations here. We're doing the deck build pack archetypes in order. I did not steal Mikanko Libromancer from Nesh. If I was stealing anything from Nesh...
Oh god, I don't have an ad blocker yet.
it'd be his accent.
I don't have an ad blocker on the new PC yet. I forgot.
Mikanko Libromancer.
Stupid at a bigger level.
So here's the list, and we are really stretching what counts algorithmically as a Mikanko deck list. As always, I'll give you a background about the archetype, a little bit of a discussion about what I hope the deck can do, and of course, the card by card. But first, this video is sponsored by Yu-Gi-Oh! Pro Deck. Yu-Gi-Oh! Pro Deck just got a huge redesign, but it's still the #1 place to go for a pack simulator, about how it's a reference to Shinto ritual, and the...
Okay, so this is a more pure version, which I'm excited to see what this one does. I do see potential in the other one. I do want to see what Mikanko does in itself, right? So we have we just played Triple Benton here. We play No Agent. Interesting.
The Imperial Seal of Japan and Amaterasu. I don't buy it. Mikanko is, as far as I'm concerned, a group of girls that really, really like citrus fruit. It's an archetype of 3 monsters and a boatload of equipped spells designed to perform a Daigustos freeze-style OTK. But as many other Yu-Gi-Tubers have already discovered, their abilities as a cheesy win-stealing strategy are far outmatched by their abilities as an engine, and many decks are poised to make massive use of their on-theme snatch steal. One archetype, however, stands to gain a lot more from these fruity ladies, Libromancer. As your resident Libromancer truther, I've long professed the power of Geek Boy and Fire's completely heterosexual relationship. And the new Mikanko ritual monster checks all the boxes for that strategy. It's a level 6 fairy ritual, a phrase that would make any Cyber's combo player salivate. 6 means that it fulfills Doombroker and makes Beatrice. Fairy means it can be searched by Ben 10, and Ritual means it turns on all Geek Boy and Fire in the opener. Mid-combo,
Wait, we don't play pre-prep, but we could, right? Because the ritual spell is mentioned on Ohime, so we could, if we wanted to, we could play more copies of Ohime, right? Or is it the other way around? Does it have to be the monster has to be on the spell? Oh, the spell has to mention the monster. Okay, that's boring.
Can search its own summon condition in the Great Mikanko of Legend, then as part of an end board, it gives you the ability to quick effect pop a snatch steal onto an opponent's monster. The diversity of interaction is Libromancer's specialty, and at a time when opponents absolutely must keep a Kitkalos on field, a little take can get you a lot of give. So with that, let's get into the card by card. First, our Bystials. These do double duty both as hand traps, and half of Beatrice, Truisworm, and Magnamut, of course, are what we are playing.
We're not even using the small Mikankos, we're just pumping out Ohime.
I go over this in depth in my individual Libromancer video, but Geek Boy itself triggers if it's summoned by the effect of a card, not necessarily its own effect, which means that cards like Emergency Teleport will trigger it. We've got 3 copies of Diviner of the Herald, and boy, this card got a lot better in this strategy once Spright Elf came out. After that, we've got a Libromancer Doombroker, 3 copies of Cyber Angel Ben 10, thank you Daddy Konami, and 3 Mikanko of the Ohime. I keep wanting to call it Oomphy, but that's something else. This card can be ritual summoned with Mikanko Kagura, which we are not playing. Cannot be destroyed by battle. Your opponent takes any battle damage you would take from battles involving this card. You can only use each of her following effects once per turn. She can be revealed in the hand to adding Mikanko from your deck to your hand, and then you discard a card. And as a quick, you can target an equipped spell in your graveyard and equip it to an appropriate monster on the field. After that, we've got 3 Pot of Prosperity, 3 Preparation of Rites, 3 Emergency Teleports, 3 Libromancer First Appearance, which is both a ritual spell and a Stratos, 1 Inviting Rondo of the Mikanko, which equips only to an opponent's monster, and you get to take control of it while you control a Mikanko monster. You can't activate its effects while you control it, and when this card leaves the field, that monster is sent to the graveyard. And 1 copy of the Great Mikanko of Legend. This allows you to special summon a Mikanko from your hand, ignoring its summoning conditions, but it's returned to the hand during your opponent's end phase. No big deal. We want back in the hand to trigger more effects of our Libromancers. It can be banished from the graveyard to send a Mikanko card from your deck to the graveyard, except the Great Mikanko of Legend, which means you can send the Snatch Steal, and then of course you can activate the effect of Oomphy once she's on field. We've got 1 copy of Terraforming, 3 copies of Infinite Impermanence, and 1 Intervention. In the extra, we've got Elder Entity and Tis because it can be sent off of Diviner. Baron de Fleur is a fantastic stat-lined monster. Devil Herald of the Arclight, Zeus, Beatrice, Lady of the Eternal, and Nightmare Universal Barrier hand. We're going to begin with the effect of the Geek Boy in hand, summon it, and then activate the on-field effect in order to grab from deck to hand Libromancer first appearance. Let's go grab Doom Broker, then afterwards we can use the effect of fire to summon itself and grab from deck to hand, you guessed it, another copy of Geek Boy. We'll go for first appearance here in order to tribute this Ben 10 for a copy of Doom Broker. That's going to grab us a Diviner of the Herald. We'll link off that Diviner of the Herald while it's still a 2 to make an elf, then bring it back as a 6 and activate that Herald of the Arclight in the graveyard to grab a copy of our Mikanko. We'll go for Baron de Fleur and then activate the effect of Umfi, go for the effect of Great Mikanko of Legend, summon our Umfi, then activate Legend in order to send the Snatch Shield to the graveyard, step 2 and pass back to our opponent. This is the standard setup. Our opponent's going to begin with a copy of Heavy Forward. We will let that resolve. Afterwards, going to activate
this is our end board from what is that, 2-card combo? It's not bad for a 2-card combo. It's almost the same board that the I Sold version made, with a little bit extra, to be fair. The other one had a little bit more.
Exactly Forbidden Droplet. So we're able to do so, then trigger the effect of the fire on field after Doom Broker returns to the hand. They're going to go for the effect of their Fortress, and we'll take it. Afterwards, they are going to go for their copy of Rune Force. We will use the effect of our Spright Elf to bring back this Diviner of the Herald, send the Entis to the graveyard and pop it. We'll activate the effect in the graveyard, we'll activate Baron de Fleur, and shields down. They normal summon a Harvester, only to walk directly into our infinite impermanence. We had just enough interaction to deal with their entire field. They're going to go for Goliath and pass it back to us. We should be able to win from this position. We'll draw for turn. We're going to go for Baron de Fleur and stand by to cycle out for a Geek Boy. We'll activate the effect of the Geek Boy to get a copy of first appearance again. Then afterwards, we'll activate first appearance in order to get ourselves a copy of Doom Broker. We're going to make a Masquerade, then activate the effect of the Elf to summon back that copy of Diviner of the Herald. We'll activate that effect in order to send Herald of the Arclight. And what do you know? Is 6 and a 4 once again. We'll go back into the Baron de Fleur, and then we will pop our copy of our Snatch Steel to send our opponent's monster to the graveyard, ending on an access code talker.
It is worth noting that in this version, in this particular version that he's using, is Mikanko of the Ohime is like after turn 1, it's pretty much done, right? You can't summon it again because you only run one of the spell, and no way. I don't think they have a way to recycle it here. So it's just like something you can do once.
Well over lethal. Our second match is up against Branded Bestial. Ooh, heavy on the Bestial. They're going first, and yeah, that's what a branded opening looks like these days. We draw for turn. Ooh, and this is a nice one. We're going to begin with a copy of Emergency Teleport to grab a copy of Geek Boy. We'll activate the effect of the Geek Boy in order to grab from deck to hand a first appearance. We'll activate the first appearance. I was going to grab from deck to hand a fire. Then afterwards, we can activate Preparation of Rites in order to get a copy of our Umfi. We'll go for the fire effect in order to summon itself. Then we can activate the effect of the fire on field to grab a copy of Doom Broker. Afterwards, we can activate the Great Mikanko of Legend to get the Umfi to our side of the field. Then Legend's effect in order to send the Snatch Shield. We'll normal summon a copy of Diviner of the Herald. That's going to send a Herald of the Arclight to the graveyard. And oop, light alert, light alert. Okay, we're going to have to chew through a Druid Worm. That's pretty difficult actually. They're going to go for Branded Beast in order to pop first appearance, and they'll activate Druid Worm in order to remove our Umfi. We'll go for Baron de Fleur and pop the Branded Beast, but this is the end of our turn. Unfortunately, those were very well timed Bestials. At end phase, they're going to activate the effect of the Serenir in order to banish our Umfi, and then they're going to draw for turn and a Luber. Oh gosh, down comes the Boober of Duber. We will negate it with Baron de Fleur, thank goodness, and they unfortunately don't have much to do from this position, just setting a copy of Branded Banishment. We'll go for the effect of the Baron de Fleur and stand by phase in order to tag out for Diviner of the Herald and activate Diviner of the Herald, sending a Herald of the Arclight in order to modulate it to a 6.
Okay, so
we'll
this is not a representative game at all, because the opponent first of all bricked and didn't even play well.
Versus a Shizu tier limit. Meta. Ugh, someday we'll be rid of this. We're going first. We're going to begin with a copy of Emergency.
No, we won't.
Looking pretty good. We're going to go for a Geek Boy. We're going to activate the effect of the Geek Boy in order to
Tier meta game will never end.
First, we have to make it through first appearance.
I am convinced.
Fire, revealing this Ben 10 in our hand to summon it and add a Doom Broker to the grip. Afterwards, we're going to use the Ritual Summoning effect of first appearance in order to make the Doom Broker, pitching the Ben 10, then triggering the Ben 10 to grab a copy of Diviner. We'll normal the Diviner, and while it's a 2, we're going to make a copy of Elf, then we'll activate Elf, bring back the Diviner, and triggering its effect so we can send a copy of Herald to the graveyard. We're going to trigger the effect of the Herald for a second Umfi, then we're going to activate Preparation of Rites in order to grab ourselves a copy of Ben 10. We'll make a Baron de Fleur and then go for our Mikanko. We'll grab the quick play as our opponent Kelbex away our Spright Elf, and then we will go ahead and summon her. We're going to activate the effect of the Great Mikanko to send the Snatch Steel, and then we'll set both an Infib and this copy of Intervention before passing back to our opponent. They draw for turn. This opener is not fantastic for them. They're going to lead with Scream. Then they're going to activate Heartbeat. That forces out the intervention, meaning that Doom Broker is going back to hand. We're going to go for fire. We'll activate the effect of fire on a new chain in order to grab a Geek Boy, and they're going to normal summon a Merly. Merly 1, Scream 2. Just need them to whiff a little, and they hit literally every single name plus Kelbeck. Oh my god. Okay, so here's Kelbeck for 5. Afterwards, we're going to resolve the effect of one of their names to go into Kitkalos, and a second name in order to go into Muddragon.
There's no way. If they play this right, there's no way you have a chance.
Merly, we're going to go Umfi, and then they are going to go Muddragon of the Swamp. We're going to go Baron de Fleur so we can still target their monster. At resolution, we control their monsters, so they are forced to go into a Kaleido Heart. They will go for the Kaleido Heart here and try to spin back the Baron de Fleur, but we do have the infinite impermanence in order to prevent that from happening. Afterwards, we're going to go for a Saronir, summoning it, and then they'll switch their monster to attack position and clear everything anyway. Unfortunately, our Umfi is going back to our hand at the end step, which means our opponent is going to have the Kitkalos, but we should be able to clean up from here, provided that set card isn't anything important. We're going to go for first appearance. That's going to get a Doom Broker. We'll trigger the effect of the Ben 10 in order to grab another copy of Diviner. We'll activate Fire, revealing the second Umfi, and going and getting.
There's no way. Oh god, why did they make an IP Masquerade?
They're going to change Celiac, which is why we made the Mirage Lights at all. We'll activate that effect. That's going to negate the Celiac. The screen is going to resolve, and unfortunately, the Entis is going to target the Masquerena, but they did hit some pretty powerful cards here. They're going to use the Masquerena to go into Sprint, and then a resolution, the Sprint can set a copy of Merly. That Merly is going to trigger, as will the Kaleido Heart, which allows them to spin.
There's no way you break this board. There's no way you win this.
Onto the field. There's no reason to sit this one any longer. So it's time for game 2, and oh, is that a side deck card I see? We're going to begin with a copy of Pot of Prosperity. We have drawn some very powerful side deck options, and nothing from our mainline combo. We just need anyway to the field spell here, and we found a couple. We're going to go ahead and grab that Terraforming, then a resolution will fire off the Terraforming to get a copy of first appearance. We'll go first appearance here. That's going to grab from deck to hand of Fire. We're going to activate the effect of the Fire, revealing this Ben 10 to summon itself, and activating its effect in order to grab a Doom Broker. From here, we can activate first appearance, pitching a Ben 10 in order to go for Doom Broker, and then using the effect of the Ben 10 for a Ben 10. We're going to normal summon a Diviner of the Herald, and then we're going to make a Baron de Fleur. That's going to allow us to go for Doom Broker, Silent Graveyard, and Intervention. This should be good enough. Our Opponent's going to draw
Nice
a turn. In main phase
Mikanko.
one, they will lead with a heartbeat targeting our back row. We'll chain intervention. That's going to return this copy of Doombroker to hand and trigger the effect of the fire, so we have follow up for the next turn. We'll grab a Geek Boy here, and they'll activate Twin Twister straight into my chainable silent graveyard. Oh my goodness, I'm so glad we have this. They'll go for Pellerino in order to grab a copy of the one, the only Rhinoheart before going for a Sheeran, milling a bunch of cards, normal summoning Rhinoheart, and oh, right, plan B. They're going to walk over this fire, then in main phase 2, they're going to make a Zeus, but this doesn't actually contest the Baron, especially because they wait to shotgun it. We'll go for the Baron in main phase. They're going to chain Zeus. We'll negate the Zeus. Afterwards, we're going to activate the effect of the Geek Boy. That's going to allow us to add from deck to hand a copy of the first appearance. We'll activate first appearance. They're going to activate the effect of Keldo to try and pop using Pellerino's effect, but we have drawn Cosmic Cyclone, meaning that we don't have to deal with it. Afterwards, we're going to resolve that in order to grab a fire. We'll activate fire, revealing Doombroker, summoning it, and then we can activate the fire effect on field in order to grab from deck to hand another Geek Boy. We'll activate first appearance, pitching this Ben 10 for a copy of the Doombroker, and then we're going to normal summon this copy of Diviner of the Herald. That's going to make an elf. We'll activate Elf's effect, eating the Mudora from our opponent's graveyard, and that should be all she wrote. That's 14, 18, 25, and 3. So it's time for that all-important game 3, and this is a beatable hand. We need this Purrely to kind of with. They're going to normal summon the Purrely, activate the effect, and we would never be that lucky. Okay, they're going to go for Havness and Celiac. That's going to get them access to Kitkalos, and of course, the Sheeran now in hand. They'll go for Kitkalos in order to grab a Celiac from deck. 2 copies, huh? They're going to go for Sheeran here, milling 3, and then activating the effect of the Kelbeck. They're going to mill 5, then activate the effect of the Purrely. They're going to shuffle back 2 monsters to go into Karua, and then activate the Kitkalos effect to do the old Yonky Splunky. This time with Rhinoheart, activating Rhinoheart as Chainlink 1, so they can mill 5, and then send whatever they're missing here is Sheeran. They'll activate the effect of the Heartbeat and the Sheeran in order to go into, a Celiac back in grip, followed by a Rukalos. I assume that they also have Crime at this moment, otherwise, why would they have ordered it in this way? So they're going to go for Abyss Dweller and Beatrice and Rukalos before passing back to us. Now, I expected that that set card contests evenly matched, so in draw phase, when my opponent goes for Abyss Dweller, I shotgun the Cyclone, only to see that it was Celiac. No big deal, we can still go to battle and clean this up. We'll go evenly matched here, but chaining Beatrice here is a death now. They're going to send Havness, then a Resolution. They can trigger the effect of the Havness, shuffling 2 monsters back to go into Kitkalos. They're going to activate the Kitkalos effect,
evenly is good
and they
against
will send a
tier,
Purrely
they
to the
said.
graveyard. That's going to enable them to chuck a bunch of monsters from the graveyard back into the extra deck in order to make a Dragus Tapelia. They're going to negate our Geek Boy, and I think we can safely concede this one. So we're back with the deck, and not bad, but in hands as capable as mine, Libromancer is always prepared to lose a 2-1. Let's do the pros and cons. First, the pros. 1, you get access to the rank 6 suite.
Why is he making Dweller? Dweller is not bad against Libromancer because of Benton. You stop Benton and Diviner, basically. It's actually not bad. I think Dweller is better than what else they could have made. Like, because if you make Baguska, you turn off your own stuff. The, yeah. Not bad beats Earth Machine and Brick the Branded. Yeah, it's... This deck here has a solid 2-card combo. But that's about it. It doesn't have anything going for it, I feel like. It's like... It's basically just the Libromancer deck from a couple months ago. Improved. It's a little bit stronger thanks to the Ohime, because it's more consistent, because you have more ritual monsters you can play, and it adds another layer of interruption. The problem is that, like, it just doesn't have anything special, right? It's like we have room for 8 hand traps. That's nothing out of the ordinary, right? It's like we have 5 Bystials and 3 Imperms. That's not that much. We don't have great follow-up because the Ohime only works once, and we're not even making use of so many of the cool stuff that the thingies can do. Right, the Mikankos. I am curious what you can do with these. Maybe outside of Libromancer, because I feel like Libromancer shifts their focus away from the Mikanko stuff, but maybe it does require. It might require the Libromancer shenanigans. We have watched the Nesh video. Well, not completely, but like I did understand the gist of it. I do think that version has more potential. Where is it? No, not here. Okay, no, it's fine. EB Grinder has gameplay. Hold up. Yeah, okay, let's see it in an actual game. I'm down. Mikanko versus Tierlement. Bro, I forgot to put an ad block. I'm sorry.
Stuff like that. Franz. So we're gonna go ahead and see Tub win the rock, paper, scissors, shoot, and they'll decide to go first. 42 versus 40. Opening hands, we have Libromancer Fire, Libromancer first appearance, Illusion of Chaos, Mikanko, Karua, and then Diviner. They have Tasking, Kelbeck, Talent, Scream, and Terraforming. Tasking, I'm calling it now, bro. This card's going to be $85 minimum weekend of release. If not weekend of release, the weekend after. Because This card is broken. I don't think people realize how broken this card is. Especially in a deck like Tier. Like, oh my, why'd they have to leave Instant Fusion at 1? They're gonna go ahead, activate Illusion, or Terraforming. Both of these cards should have been hit, and both of them are insane off tasking too. They're gonna go ahead, activate Libromancer Fire, reveal Illusion to summon, and then activate the effect to go search for a Libromancer monster. That searches for Geek Boy, and now Geek Boy's hand effect, reveal Illusion to Chaos. Special effect, go search for a Libromancer spell. Now the cool thing is this can grab any spell, which can grab the field spell. Then they're gonna go ahead and field spell, grab Libromancer Agent, which this can, you know, reveal one special from hand, and then at any point you can target Libromancer in your graveyard, add to the hand, and then if you added a spell or trap by this effect, place one card in your hand to the bottom of the deck. Also, first appearance, when it's activated, you can go grab a Libromancer monster with a different name than the one you control, and then during your main phase, you can ritual summon one Libromancer ritual monster.
It's a little weird because what they're doing with the Libromancers in this particular version is they are just using it as a one-card isoled, basically, in combination with any ritual. That's all they do.
Monsters from the hand,
which is good,
equal or exceed its level.
But I don't know if you need to use the Libromancer for that.
Out there. And then you can only activate this once per turn. So the Search Agent, Link off, go into Flame Swordsman, but this doesn't do anything. Okay, Summon out Agent. I don't know what this deck does post Photon Hypernova at all, so I'm very interested in to see this. I hope I learned something. Effect, add back Fire. Okay, we're making a Soul effect, go search on Summon. That's going to go ahead and search for Agent. Effect, dump. Arab SQ of the Manico. I'm really gonna have to learn these cards. The equipped monster cannot be destroyed by card effects. During your main phase, you special on one Gemanko from your hand or deck.
Arc Nemesis Protoss is banned.
Yes. This card. Then thank God. To hand the monster that was equipped. Okay, so. Okay, I mean, it could be good. I just don't know what these cards do. Ren out effect, add back. Then they're gonna activate the quick play spell. So what should actually happen here is they should special summon this, not to that zone because you can't, because this is still on field. Special summon, and then this gets bounced back to hand. Oh, and we get the Surge? Oh, that's probably this, right? Yeah, if this card becomes equipped, you can add a Manico equip spell. Okay, now let's read over this. We have Purifying Dance of the Mykono. Equip onto a Mykono monster, cannot be destroyed by card effects. If a monster is special into your opponent's field, except during the damage step, you can target one monster you control and one monster your opponent controls. Return
the Mykonos.
What's up with all these bouncing effects? Okay, now they're gonna special summon Renaud. Oh, that's cool interaction. Just add it to special it back. I was like, okay, this is gonna be follow-up, but no, just special it right away to make Herald. Nesh, Hababalabi, added wrong equip spell.
Hababilabi.
Okay. Blazing says special summon one Meganko monster from your hand or grave, and if you do equip it with this card, then you can special summon one monster from your opponent's graveyard to their field but negate its effects. Okay, I'm not.
My man's just destroyed
to do that.
Arab culture in one video.
There's gotta be, there's probably some good scenario with it, but they added the wrong equip spell. Okay, they're letting it be fixed. Jibril said, "Yep, that's fine, cool." So they're gonna go into the Fur Hire now. I was about to say the Fur Hire doesn't do anything. Okay, so they're gonna bring out Cross Shoot. Yeah, did not mean to bring out the Fur Hire. Misclick. Now they're gonna get the Herald of Arclight effect to go search for Doom Broker, Illusion of Chaos effects, Search Souls put back, and then I gotta count 1, 2.
Or they have 8 cards in hand.
6, 7, 8 cards in hand, and this is where it's gotta start getting crazy, right? So we're gonna go first appearance, Tribute Illusion of Chaos, bring out Doom Broker. Doom Broker effect can set a trap from deck. Oh, okay, but that makes sense. Okay, they're gonna drop Kelbeck and bounce this back. Decided to not use those to try to draw and discard. So now we're gonna go normal summon Diviner effects, and Herald of Arclight effect. They're searching for Meganko of the Home. Oh wait, I should have read the ritual spell. It makes sense they have a ritual.
Of the
Home.
Home.
Ritual spell, and I saw that it was a ritual spell, but I was like, oh, I just never read over it. So you can use the ritual summon any Meganko ritual monster. You can also tribute monsters from your hand or field whose levels equal or exceed the level of the ritual monster you're trying to summon, then apply the following effect. If you want to, you can destroy cards your opponent controls up to the number of equipped spells with different names in your graveyard and inflict 1,000 damage. What? Yo? Wait, nah. So like, let's go. Let's just go.
Bro, how did you freak out at the 1,000 damage?
Horrible. But if we get good equip spells, then they're good. Just right now, playing an abundance of them with a soul isn't that great. But it seems like this deck uses it pretty well. But wow, that seems broken. I'm not gonna ritual summon, pop 3, burn 3,000. Like, you can't tell me that doesn't sound crazy. The field is not once per turn. It's not. No, yeah, this stuff is crazy. I was really considering playing. It was like Striker, Marincess, Libromancer. All those for Nats were options. We're gonna go ahead, tribute, summon Doom Broker effect, goes set from deck. So actually, yeah, that Kelbeck just meant nothing, and they know it meant nothing because they actually knew that they had Agent in hand. So it's gonna go set the intervention, which this card says, when your opponent activates a card effect, target one Libromancer monster you control, return it to hand. If you do negate the
Yugioh, thank you so much for the 6 months. Appreciate you. Welcome back.
And you can special one Libromancer from your hand or grave. So this will negate something, and then summon back to get follow up. So it's pretty good. And like, it's gonna bounce this to hand, and then you get the search. Now you have the ritual monster plus whatever you grabbed. Souls, dump illusion. And then Cross Sheep, draw 2, and then discard 2. Discards both fires. Souls effect to send to draw. It's just sending the field spell. Oh, never mind, sending the ritual spell too. Draws prep and E-Telly. Well, that's really good, because now you can just prep and add back the ritual spell. So they're going to activate Blazing to summon out the hair here. And then go into Charles. Okay, that checks out, because that's level 3. Okay. And then go into Elf, but couldn't they... Okay, no. That's fair. Activate prep. Prep, go search out. Make Genko, add back. Kogara from grave. Oh, wait, I didn't even read this whole card. You can activate it, or you can ritual summon this card with the ritual spell, okay? Like the one that's named. Cannot be destroyed by battle, also your opponent takes any battle damage you take from battles involving this card because it has 0 attack. You can only use each of the following effects once per turn. You can reveal this card in your hand, add one Migenko deck, or one Migenko card from the deck to the hand, except for another copy of this.
Now it's
this
Migenko.
Quick effect, you can target one quest on your graveyard, equip it to an appropriate monster on the field. Okay, we're gonna dump Inviting Rondo. Nah, there's no way that's just a real name. Inviting Rondo? Come on now. Equip to an opponent's monster, take control of it while you control a Migenko monster, but it cannot activate its effects while you control it. Okay, so that makes sense with the ritual monster. When this card leaves the field, send the monster to the grave. So activate, ritual summon tribute Ben 10, bring out, and then we're gonna activate. What? We're activating this? Confused. Okay, oh, we're activating Ben 10. I was gonna say, I thought we were about to Ben 10, but then we just didn't do it. But that's what they meant to click. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. Effect
Why didn't we pop the Kelbeck?
Kelbeck.
Oh.
Oh, and then we're gonna chain Elf.
Oh no, we're gonna take. Okay, that's better.
And then use those. Go for IP. That's actually broken that you can like take stuff like that because that's a big misplay on their part. Draw on talents. Oh, okay. So they play multiple talents and tasking. If you want to, you can just play one talent. Because it does get kind of awkward, right? If your opponent doesn't hand trap you with a monster effect turn 1 and you open like 2 tasking or 2 talents or like a combination of them, then it's like, oh well, these cards are just all dead. Terraforming, search planet, activate planet, chain. This doesn't negate activation though, so it shouldn't be doing all that. And also, yeah, you want to bring out Fire so you can search Geek Boy. It doesn't seem like any of them realize. Oh, never mind. They said put the Purrely to field. It just negates no pop. And then activate tasking. Tasking is gonna go search instant fusion. And activate talents to take now. So talents will go ahead and take the ritual monster, elf effect, bring out from grave, bring out diviner, and then diviner effect, dump elder pop planet. So in my defense, I thought trap popped. Well, let's say we did spend a lot of cards on this planet. We spent the trap and elf, got hit with tasking. Oh wait, this is super cool. I just realized because whenever this becomes equipped, so you can use this to equip to that to pop one too. That's cool. And it's once per turn, right? It's not once per turn. Wait, you can only use the following effects this once per turn. That was almost too cool. Instant fusion, pay 1,000, the special summon out, bring out Kit, then chain masquerade the instant fusion. Sorries. Okay, so we're gonna go Kit 1, Scream 2. It really didn't matter if you changed it or not. Mills, Kelbeck, the Karkara, and Havness. I think this card in this kind of tournament would be okay because post Photon Hypernova, a lot of people don't have a lot of testing with it right now, so they're really bad at it. And you can use this to like literally destroy a pure cash.
There's no way this is game 1. There's no way they're maining Kurikara.
They're gonna search Purrely, now new chain link, Havness effect 1, Kelbeck 2, chain Appaloosa to stop the Kelbeck, and then they're gonna put back, bring out Rukalos, switch to attack. 2 counters, 19 attack, it's losing 500. Yeah,
is game 1?
It's like really awkward when losing attack starts coming up. But they're gonna go ahead and attack. Like technically it has 2 counters because it only has 2 negates, but
is Kurikara good against Kashtira because of the one that triggers in standby phase? It might be.
The tier limit Kashtira and Purrely, so now they're gonna go ahead and they're gonna activate tier limit Kashtira effect, which says when it's sent to the graveyard by card effect, mill 2. So if it's milled, mill more. And then that mills Purrely and tier limit Kashtira. So now they're thinking they're gonna activate the Purrely effect, put back itself, tier limit Kashtira, bring out Kikalos. Then go into dark effect to take, IP, souls. Okay, so they're gonna take souls, and then souls effect, discard talents, draw 1, draws into the Karkara, which elf was used this turn, so they can actually tribute elf special, and then during end phase, or during their own end phase, I should say, they can use the effect of special summon back from the graveyard. So Kit tag out in a tier limit Kashtira, and then effects, so we're gonna mill 8, because tier limit Kashtira on summon can choose a player to force to mill 3, we're just gonna choose ourselves. Mill Keldo, Rhino, Shaylin, Medora, Tasking, Shaylin, and Keldo. So now we're gonna go ahead and use.
It's Libromancer doesn't have a graveyard anymore.
Yeah, last one. So put back, bring out Kaleido, and then Kaleido effect, spin the elf, which is fine. You know, leave this in hand. I'm not gonna complain about it. I'm just saying, summoning back from the graveyard's cool. Go on the elf, but you know you do want to have follow up. Nesh, I have one top deck. Can you guess what it is? Is a quiz for the chat. Is that it? It's not a bad top deck. Activate E-Telly to go special. That's gonna bring out Geek Boy effect. Go search, grab a spell, grab first appearance. Activate first appearance to go search. It's gonna go grab fire. And then they're gonna go ahead and activate the effects to reveal. Oh, never mind. Activate Geek Boy. My bad.
I'll be honest. I think we just spent 10 minutes on the first turn combo to still get rolled by
tier. And then they're gonna go into the Fur Hire.
By not even a
very
good hand.
Targeting itself and elf. Why did they say summon as if they had like judgment set or something? But that's gonna go ahead, pop elf. They're just gonna let that go, and then activate the Migenko. Go ahead. Oh, what the? Whoa, this card looks cool. The Great Migenko of Legend. Special summon 1 Migenko monster from your hand, ignoring its summoning conditions, but return it to hand during the opponent's end phase. During your main phase, you can banish this card from the graveyard. Send 1 Migenko card from the deck to the graveyard, except for a copy of this. You can only use each effect of it once per turn. Okay, so unless it's just dump, which is nice, because that dumps the equip spell, which I think is good. And then we have to discard Diviner, because this makes us discard one, activate the spell to try to special summon, and then they're going to chain Root Kalos to negate and destroy that. They're going to send Kaleido Heart effect, dump Havness, summon out Kaleido, and now we're going to go Kaleido 1, Havness 2. Okay, so keeping our Scream still. So shuffle back, put back Havness, put back Kalos, bring out Dragos Tapalia, activate Talents to now draw. That draws into E-Telly, and Nini the Mirror Meginko. This says, if this card is not equipped with any equip card, you take no battle damage. Wait, if this card is not equipped, okay, so if it's not equipped with something, you take no battle damage from it. If it is, it cannot be destroyed by battle. Also, your opponent takes.
I don't know if we have another target for
teleport.
teleport. Well, we can summon Geek Boy from hand.
Why would you get rewarded for not having something on it?
But I don't think we get anywhere
while this
here.
card is equipped with an equip card, quick effect, target one monster the opponent controls, take control of it until the end phase. That's nice. I like that. Doesn't even negate the effect. Alright, so Tub goes ahead and missed defeat there. That was a pretty good game 1. We ended up seeing Jib win the game 1. On to game 2, we're going to see the Libromancer deck go first. I don't know why I threw up 2. I meant game 2 going first. Opening hands, we got E-Telly, Talons, Prep, Geek Boy, Magma. They have Shaylin, Murley, Planet, Havness, and Solik. So they're going to go ahead and prep, search Ben 10, and then Geek Boy effect, reveal the Ben 10, special summon out, and then try to use the effect to go search for the spell. Chain Havness, summon Mill 3. And then that mills Keldo and Murley, but we have Magma to deal with it. Go search for the first appearance. Murley 1, Magma 2, no response, so banish, summon out Magma. And then we're going to activate Magma effect to search during the end phase. Activate Talents, look at hand.
Yeah,
we're going to reveal hand like that, because Nesh was streaming at this time, so they want to reveal it to everyone that's watching. First appearance, go search
we
Fire.
win that one.
Reveal Ben 10, special summon Fire. And then Fire effect, go search. That's going to go grab Agent. No, it grabs Doombroker. Okay. First appearance, tribute Ben 10, special summon out. I mean, it's fair enough. It's fair enough. Ben 10 effect goes search, grab Diviner. Yeah, because we gotta get to our make Inko cards. Doombroker effect, go set our trap. And then normal summon Diviner, dump Herald of Arclight. Arclight effect, go search for the El Homie. That's crazy. Heim.
Now it's the homie.
Heim.
Bro, he's killing me. There's no way.
And then
look at the card. Now it's the homie.
Rab SQ, Ultimate Inko. Oh, and it bounces back Magma! That's crazy. Okay, yep, bounce back Magma. I like that. Special summon and then bounce back Magma, of course, but they messed it up last time too. Effect, go search Blazing. I think it's just because they're playing
search
fast.
for the homie.
Yeah, not searching Blazing, searching Inviting. Inviting Equip. Oh, I forgot to discard. Off what? Oh, this, because they searched off that. That's right. Then go for IP. End phase. Yep, go search Baldrake. So this card's gonna be really popular to search off Magma if you can do a play like this, where you can like leave Magma on field or add it back, because Baldrake says it's a DD Crow effect, of course, and then it says if your opponent special summons a Ritual, Fusion, Synchro, XYZ, and or Link monster or monsters, except during the damage step, you contribute one other light or dark monster, then target one of those special summon monsters and banish it. So that's
drinking game.
That's
every time you mispronounces
like,
something,
spot,
one
right?
shot. Try to make it through game 1. There's no way. There's no way.
They go main phase.
I'm dead before. I'm dead before main phase.
Shaylin, discard Murley, mill 3. They mill the tier element, cash Tira, and Murley, so they're gonna go Havness 1, Murley 2, tier limit, cash Tira 3. So try to mill 2. They're gonna go Magma, Baldrake.
You might die in standby
phase. Names. So bring out. They mill 2. They mill Havness and Magma effect. Jib admits defeat there. Moving on to the next game now. We're gonna go ahead and see Jib go first. Opening hands, we have a Lava Golem, Geek Boy, a Homie, Doombroker, and Karua. And they have Shaylin, Talons, Keldo, Task, and Nagito. This is literally what I was just talking about, and it literally just came up. When you draw like 2 of these, that's when it's bad. Because in tier, you can afford to draw a Tasking or a Talons and have it not do anything. But once you start having multiples, it becomes a little bit harder. We're gonna go search Kelbeck and the Nagito effect, but it means you're not being hand trapped if you can't use these, unless if you're getting hit with Imperm specifically. And then mill 5 on both sides. They're gonna mill Murley, Shaylin, new chain link, activate the Shaylin effect, no response, put back Shaylin, put back Murley, summon Kikalos effect, and then Kikalos is gonna go search Murley, kit, tag out, summon Murley, activate the effects, go mill 8. That mills Solik, Kelbeck, Keldo, Havness, so new chain link. Let's see, a little misclick there on the add back Solik. Solik 1, Havness 2, Kelbeck 3, force mill 5 on both sides. I guess this is good, like the Great Legend in Graveyard, the equip spell is good in Grave. They mill Shaylin, they catch Tira, and Scream there though. So now they're going to be able to put back Havness, Kikalos, summon out Root Kalos, go search Havness, off the Solik, new chain link, catch Tira 1, Scream 2, search Crime, mill 2, mills Murley, and then they're going to activate the Murley effect, put back Murley, put back the catch Tira, and then that brings out Kikalos. Link off, kit Murley, summon Elf, normal summon Shaylin, make Redoer, set Crime, set Tasking, pass play, draws the Inviting Rondo, go main phase is okay, not activating Redoer effect, and then they're going to go Inviting Rondo, target Elf, doesn't steal. Equip an opponent's monster, take control of it. Oh, why you control that? Okay. So it's just gonna... Wait. Put it... Okay, so it doesn't do anything then. And this elf is on their side. This just looked wrong. Activate the effect, go search, and then discard. So they searched out the hair. So I guess you can... I was gonna say, I guess we can't normal this if we're trying to Lava Golem. So I don't know how we're supposed to bring that out. What? Oh, okay, that's... I was about to say. If this wasn't once per turn, I just didn't realize I'm dumb. Bring out Geek Boy, reveal, effect to go search field spell, chain Havness. Mill 3.
Why did we start
Mills
with the field
Aura,
spell?
go
He
search first
thought it was
appearance,
just Snatch
Elf
Steal?
effect. Bring out Purrely from the graveyard. Purrely effect, mill 3 more. Mills Havness. They also have Crime plus Kelbeck. So Havness effect will activate, put back Havness, Rukalos, bring out Kikalos. Then Kikalos dump Purrely effect, put back Purrely, Kikalos, bring out Rukalos, activate Ritual Spell, chain Rukalos. Otherwise, that's also going to get the Destroy. And then they're going to negate that, destroy Kit effect, mill 5. Kit mills Kelbeck, Keldo, Kashtira, Havness. So they're going to activate Kashtira, mill 2. And then activate first appearance. Then they're going to Crime, negate, shuffle it into deck. Not using Kelbeck effect because they only have 4 cards in deck. And we see...
I don't think it holds up to tier. I'm gonna be honest. The cards look fancy. The combos are cool. I think as much as it hurts to think about it, we live in a world where until they do something about Ishizu tier, I think everything is rogue. Everything is rogue. Like literally those Mikanko cards, looking at them, they are very strong, but compared to tier, that stuff is rogue. Literally, the only decks that feel like they are even remotely close to playable are like the shifter decks, basically, like Kashtira and Kashtira and Flunder are like the ones that can work, right? But like everything else just kind of crumbles when it gets paired into tier. Like it needs to draw way too many non-engine cards to draw tier. And even then, like the biggest problem is whenever you're playing a deck like this, like the Mikanko deck, where like if they know you're playing that, like after siding, it just gets so much harder. Did you see the OCG no ban list tournament in which tier was the best deck? I think I have. I heard about it. I didn't see what exactly happened. But I did hear about it. I heard that there was someone who was not playing Pot of Greed for some reason, which is very interesting. Anyways, Mikanko looks good. I would not be surprised. I would really not be surprised if there was something with Mikanko in the near future after tier gets hit. So, will we get Kashtira testing soon? We will get Kashtira testing soon. I just want to look at the Amazing Defender stuff first. And then we're going to start looking at Photon Hypernova and also play test Photon Hypernova. I'm thinking we're probably going to bring back the viewer games next week. Because of course there's no other way for me to play the new format already. So we're probably gonna do some viewer games next week for that. OCG had a no ban list tournament, and this is what happened. I mean, who is surprised, honestly? I'm gonna be honest, I'm not surprised. Like, if freaking Ishizu tier is the best deck with the ban list, why would it not be the best one? Even without a ban list. Why does this one not play Pot of Greed? What the hell makes you think not playing Pot of Greed is correct? How? Bad mill? There's no way. Graceful is better? Bro, play both! For the love of God, Pot of Greed, dude. Bruh. There's no way you didn't play Pot of Greed. Pot of Greed power crept confirmed. Pot of Greed, powerful and they won! Oh god, they won the tournament. They won without Pot of Greed. The world is in some place. Oh god, Norden. Norden Shockmaster as a thought. Oh my god, get me out of here. They even sided triple change of heart. That's not even good, I think, in this format. Just because they could, I feel. Honestly, a lot of this deck is just because they could. There's no way you need triple order, triple change. What do you need change of heart for, my friend? What do you need change of heart for? Explain me that. No way. Is funny. Yeah, that's actually the reason, I think. Is funny. All right. We still have one more archetype to go over before we start looking into what's happening in the OCG right now. Purery. Now, I remember this because we have looked at those cards already, but I quickly want to recap. I don't think we have to look at it in too much detail. Ban Havness and it's fine. Look, I'm going to show you a couple things in a bit. What's happening in the OCG right now. If you're following me on Twitter, you already know that I tweeted this yesterday. This won a tournament in the OCG. It was shared on my Discord, which if you haven't joined the Discord yet, there's always great discussion about Yu-Gi-Oh on my Discord, !Discord. We have like almost 2,000 people. I'm hoping we get to 2,000 soon. This is literally what won a tournament in the OCG yesterday.
Joshua now has perfect
They banned Kid Kalos. Napian, thank you for the 3 months. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Bro, Kid Kalos is banned. I don't know how big the tournament was, but look, it's still good. Why? Why is Tearlament still good? I also saw a deck breakdown, and I think Tier was the most played deck. It was the most played deck. It's never gonna end. It's never gonna end. We are just in Tearlament land forever now. Literally. Anyways, before we give into that troll despair, let me quickly recap the Purery cards, because that's an archetype that hits us in 2 weeks. So, in Amazing Defenders, we only get one Purery main deck monster, which is kind of like the Ray of the archetype, I think, if I remember correctly. This is what it all revolves around. If this card is normal or special summoned, you can excavate the top 3 cards of your deck, and if you do, you can add an excavated Purery spell trap to your hand. Also place the rest on the bottom of the deck in any order. Once per turn, you can reveal a Purery quick play spell in your hand, and if you do, special summon an XYZ monster that mentions it from your extra deck by using this face-up card you control as material, and if you do, attach the revealed card to the special summoned monster as additional material. So it's kind of like a mix between Zodiac and Sky Striker, I feel like, because it's only got the one main deck monster, which is its Ray basically, and then it uses the Zodiac XYZ mechanic by putting XYZs on top of that with its effect. But which is kind of cool, but the stuff has to be really strong for that. Purery Beauty, 2 level 2 monsters. I don't think you ever summon this way. Once per turn, you can target an effect monster your opponent controls, negate its effects until the end of the turn. This is a quick effect if this card has Purery Pretty Memory as material. So I think the way it works is that a bunch of these, they have a bunch of memory spells, and they pass on different effects to your XYZs. So basically, if you have Pretty Memory as material, you can make this guy, and it's a quick effect negate. Thrice per turn, when you activate a Purery quick play spell, you can attach that card on the field to this card as material. Then you can change the battle position of a monster your opponent controls. So the way this can work is you can stop your opponent from being able to run over it by continuously switching their monsters to defense position. It doesn't work against links though. So that is beauty. And then we have happiness. At the end of the damage step, if this card battled, you can add a Purery card from your deck to your hand. Also, if this card has Purery Happy Memory as material, you can have the attack of a face-up monster on the field. This is weird because it happens at the end of the damage step. So, like, it doesn't help you win the battle. Thrice per turn, you can attach that card to material. Okay. And then we have Purery Plump. Once per turn, you can target up to 2 spells traps in any graveyards, attach them to this card as material.
Joshua now has perfect information.
Mystic, thank you so much for the 2 months. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. And Chibi Taneki as well. Thank you. You even started a hype train. I appreciate you guys. Thank you. Welcome back.
Perfect information.
This one is interesting because it doesn't only attach the Purery cards, right? It attaches any spells and traps. Unfortunately, only spells and traps. If this could attach any monsters, it would basically be another graveyard shuffler like Modora and Keldo. So thank God it doesn't do that. There is some things you can interrupt with this, right? Like you can if your Telemant opponent mills, I don't know, Heartbeat to add back a trap card, you can attach that trap card or something like that. And then we have some big, we have X Pureys. Can this go into these? I don't think these mention. I don't think these mention any of the quick plays, so you can only make one of these 3. Okay, and then we have Happiness. You can XYZ summon this card by using a rank 2 monster you control with 5 or more materials. During your main phase, you can detach a material from this card, and if you do, negate the effects of all face-up monsters your opponent currently controls until the end of this turn. If this card has a level 1 Purery monster as material, your opponent cannot activate cards or effects in response to this effect activation. When an attack is declared involving a card with 5 or more materials, inflict 1500 damage to your opponent. At first glance, that doesn't feel that strong overall for what you have to do to get it. You can also XYZ summon this card by using a rank 2 monster you control with 5 or more materials. This card with 5 or more materials is unaffected by your opponent's activated effects. You can detach 2 materials from this card, target 1 card your opponent controls or in their grave, place it on the bottom of the deck. This is a quick effect if this card has a level 1 Purery monster as material. So this one is quite good, I think. This one is a lot stronger than Happiness. Like, the dark one is a lot better than the light one. Because it's not once per turn. You can do it as long as you have the level 1 Purery as material. It clears your opponent's stuff, and it's at the beginning, at least, it's unaffected. Right? It is worth noting that if you make this card with, let's say your thingy has exactly 5 materials, and then you overlay on top of it, you have 6 materials. If you detach 2, you only have 4, so it becomes affected immediately. So they can negate it and stuff like that. If you only make it with 6 materials. So this one is good. Now, the thing is still, it's not very exciting yet, because all it does is, put mediocre XYZs on, or, decent XYZ. It's just, Stray Purery Street. The field spell. Your opponent cannot target Purery monsters you control with card effects during the turn they were special summoned. Once per turn, if a face-up Purery XYZ monster you control leaves the field by an opponent's card, special summon a level 1 Purery monster from your deck or grave. Once per turn during the end phase, you can target a Purery XYZ monster on the field, attach a Purery quick play spell from your deck or grave to it as material. This is a solid card. Nothing too crazy. It makes it so that all of your monsters basically work a little bit like the Sky Striker links, where if they get removed from the field, you get another one. They replace themselves. It's kind of cool. And this thing is, I believe, a quick effect. Oh no, it's not. This is not a quick effect. Okay, the one. So you can't rank up on your opponent's turn. It adds any effect of that you want to your XYZs though. Why is the big XYZ happiness not great again? Okay, so basically it's very hard. It's like you summon this, and then it sits there with 6 materials, 2500 attack. During your main phase, you can attach a material from this card, and if you do, negate the effects of all face-up monsters your opponent currently controls. First of all, this is not a quick effect, right? It's not a quick effect, so it's not an interruption. You can only use this on your turn. And then you might think this is powerful together with the second effect where your opponent cannot respond to it. The problem is because it's not a quick effect. When this thing is summoned, there's a response window for your opponent to just interact with it, right? They can like imperm it on summon. They can do whatever on summon. The only thing you can't do is like negate it with Barone, for example, right? But all the other interactions you can just use before, right? Yeah. Purery, my friend. Continuous spell. You can pay 500 life, reveal 3 Purery cards from your deck, except Purery, my friend. Your opponent randomly picks one to add to your hand, and then you shuffle the rest back into your deck. This is very good because it's recursion, right? You can do this every turn. If a face-up Purery XYZ leaves the field, you can add up to 3 Purery quick play spells with different names from your grave to your hand. Now, this one is powerful. This one's pretty good. It's like a card that basically makes sure you win the grind game, which this looks like what it's all about in this deck. Similar to Sky Striker and Zodiac, it feels like this deck is a lot about the grind game. Now, whether a strategy like this can work in today's format or like in today's form of how we play Yu-Gi-Oh, I don't know, but it's basically like a mini runic fountain, right? Because like whenever they try to get rid of your XYZs, you can add back all of your quick play spells. Now, let's see how good these quick play spells are, because there are 3 different quick play spells, one for each of the rank 2s. There is Pretty Memory, which is the one belongs to Beauty. Each player gains 1,000 life points, then you can discard a card, and if you do, special summon a level 1 Purery from your deck. A Purery XYZ monster that has this card as material gains this effect. Once per turn, you can send one other card you control to the graveyard, then target one card your opponent controls, attach it to this card as material. I think that's something that all of these have, is that they can special summon the Purery from your deck, which is really good because it means that you do not have to draw the monster. All of the quick play spells get you to your monster, which is nice. You have to discard for it. It is a -1 here to go for the to go into the Purery. But it does work. And then it gains the effect of once per turn. But that effect is not a quick effect. That effect, I believe, will never be a quick effect. Purery is +1 for its fine. Yes. If you hit, but you should, yeah. And then we have Delicious Memory, which is make one monster on the field unable to be destroyed by battle. Then you can discard until the end of the next turn. Then you can discard a card, and if you do, special summon a level 1 Purery monster from your deck. This one is significantly worse, because this one is actually not a starter card. This one is not a starter card because if there's no monster on the field, then you can't use it. Right? That's a little weird. That's a little weird. This one has like the gaining life points. You can always do that. This one cannot always be used.
Finally, I am back. Hope you had nice holidays.
Yo, thank you, Wind Up World. I had nice holidays. Thank you for the 5 months. Welcome back. Happy New Year. Okay. Purery Delicious Memory. And this one the effect that it gives is gains 300 attack for each material attached to it. Now this is a good attachment effect because it's like a passive bonus, makes the thingies, depending on the materials. If you can really go to like 5 to 6 materials, this is like a decent attack buff. Okay. Happy Memory. Apply this effect to one card on the field until the end of the next turn. Then you can discard one card, and if you do, spare some level 1 from it. Once applied, the next time that card would be destroyed by card effect, it is not destroyed. A Purery XYZ that has this card's material gains this effect. This card can attack monsters a number of times each battle phase, up to the number of Purery Happy Memories attached to it, +1. And then we have Purery Leap. Target one Purery XYZ monster you control. Special summon from your extra deck one Purery XYZ with a different rank than that monster you control by using it as material, but return to the extra deck during the end phase of the next turn. You can banish this card from your grave, target up to 3 Pureries in your grave, shuffle them into the deck. You can only activate 1 Leap per turn. So this basically lets you rank up into the 7s if you use this. I'm gonna be honest, I see how this deck is supposed to work. And it is cute. Because this thing is basically Eevee. I like the design. But has this deck done anything in the OCG? Has this deck done anything in the OCG? Because I'm not sure. I'm not really sure how good it is here. Because I'm not really seeing anything. I'm not really seeing anything that's unfair here. You know what my problem is? Like, okay, here we have a monster negate. We have a monster negate, which is not bad, but that's not the reason for me to pick up the deck. Here we have a card that adds from your deck, but only if it's battle. So that's not very good. And then we have Plump, which is some graveyard interruption, which is nice, but only interrupts spells and traps. So that's very specific. The only reason why Plump is good is because it can attach more of your quick plays. But overall, not amazing. The rank 7, this one is straight up disappointing, unless you have like an easy OTK with it. But for the most part, I don't think it's that good. This one is good, but I'm not sure if it's enough payoff. Plump can turbo activate Bamboo Swords. I guess, but I don't know. I don't know if that's it, Chief. And then, like, all of this is just like, it doesn't convince me to play a deck like this, right? It's like, because the deck requires like a lot of commitment. It doesn't look like you can mix Purery with other stuff, because I feel like you would have to play like almost all Purery cards just to make sure that this thing hits one of the spells. You would have to play all of them, so it takes up a huge portion of your deck. You can mix Spright. So Purery makes a rank 2, and then you go into Spright combo. I mean, yes. Yes, you can. But is that better than pure Spright? Like, why is that better than pure Spright? Convince me on why that's better than pure Spright. Why would I want a normal, like, okay, we have
Joshua now has perfect information.
We welcome back, Josh. Been playing the Lubellion tech since your videos. Is nuts, was you not scared of back row?
Yo, thank you, Alzeris. I'm glad you're liking the Lubellions. Welcome back to month number 3. I decided not to play back row removal in my Spright deck last time because I was mostly preparing for Ishizu tier, Spright, and Flunder. And those 3 decks, there's better side deck cards than back row removal against those 3. That's why I decided to ignore Floodgates. But I don't think it's wrong to try and fit Cosmic or Twin. Once again, I don't really know what the reason would be to play this in Spright, because it would take up a lot of. I mean, I'm okay. Since we haven't done that yet, we can experiment. I can try and throw it together if you would like to. We can try to make it work. Let's see. Purery Spright. Just as a thought experiment. Let's see. Let's see how this would look. So we definitely play this, right? And then we play a bunch of, let's just throw in. Do we even play 3 of the field spell? I don't know. The field spell doesn't seem that good. The field spell doesn't seem that good. And then wait. We probably play. I don't know how many we even play. We don't play all of them, I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure we don't use the one that... I'm pretty sure we don't use happiness. That seems very awkward. So do we just play this? Happiness is to go into the super happiness. But you don't need that. You can put it onto another one as well. Right? It doesn't need to be happiness. I guess I'll put a happiness in. Okay, calm down. And now what? Now what, chat? Is the rest just non-engine? Because if that's the case, hold up. If the rest is just non-engine, So let's say we have something like this. Okay. Normal summon. Or even simpler. Let's say we have Purery plus Spright Blue, and Purery finds us a memory card. Once per turn, reveal a Purery quick play, and if you do, special summon an XYZ that mentions it by using this face-up card as material. If you do, attach the revealed card. Okay, so we're gonna reveal Pretty Memory, overlay into Beauty. And attach. And then we have Spright combo next to it. But what's the point of this? This is just like a one card. I don't understand. I don't understand what this adds to a Spright deck. No, it works with Jet. Both Jet and Blue need rank 2. No. Both need rank 2. The only ones it doesn't work with is the fire ones. The fire ones need link 2, and the dark ones need rank 2. This gives Spright a huge going second. How does this hand go second? What am I doing here going second? I don't get it. I don't understand. This hand doesn't yeah, okay, but what if what does a Purery card add that a normal Spright deck can't do? Here, I have a Spright card now.
Your content is Purery perfect cat.
Thank you, Brago. Appreciate that. Welcome back to month number 3. Yo, we're almost back to 500. I'm almost back as a 500 Andy. Thank you so much. Welcome back, everybody. Happiness in extra deck, the rank 2. Okay, so you're saying this card is insane going second? Because it's a 2000 attack guide that's like, if this card battled, add a Purery card from your deck to your hand, then you can have a monster? Well, like, it can attack multiple times. Right? If you have a happy memory. Or even if you don't. The problem is you need attack with it, add happy memory. Okay, I can see why happiness is good going second. I can see that. Because the way it works is like you have to attack with this into something where it doesn't die. Activate happy, attach it with happiness effect. It does outboards. This card does outboards. Because basically the way this card works is you attack a monster as long as you survive the first battle. Because nothing here is once per turn, right? Nothing here is once per turn. So basically you attack one monster, you have the next one you want to attack, right? And then you use this effect to add another happy memory from your deck to your hand. Right? And then you activate happy memory. And you don't even have to special summon. You don't have to special summon. You can just use it for the first effect, and then you have another attack. You have another attack. And then you attack again, and then you get another. You can out up to 7 cards. Wait, how is it 7? Can't we just attack 4 times? Because you can only have 3 happy memories. Oh, because it returns a spell trap. Okay. 2 for standard materials, 3 from happy memories. Wait, what do you mean? You only get additional attacks from... Do you count spell trap bounces? Because I don't count spell trap bounces. You use plump. Wait. You... Happy Memory gives 1 attack per XYZ material. No, it gives 1 attack per number of happy memories attached. Not any material. I don't know. Yeah, it's 4. It's not 6 or 7. It's still good. It's still. I'm not trying to say it's bad because it's 4 instead of 6. Like if it works, it's nice. If it works, I feel like it is nice. If it works, it's nice. But. I just don't really like how it doesn't do the same. Like going first, it feels a little weird. And it also feels weird if your opponent doesn't have. If your opponent doesn't have a monster with less than 2,000, how are you gonna force your first attack through? It's funny with Spright Pixies though, I give you that. It is funny with Spright Pixies. If you get Pixies on the first attack and you can attack 4 times, that is funny. Can you build going second, like always going second? Maybe. Your Purery cards give protection. Yeah, but like it's you at that point we're talking like 3 or 4 Purery cards you need. Or like at least 2, not 1. It is. I can see why going second, this is better than it seems at first glance, though. Luler, thank you so much for the 11 months. Thank you. I can see how going second, the happiness does help, together with happy memory. Because I kind of didn't. How do you get happiness out though if they negate the main deck Purery? I mean, the main deck Purery, all of your spells summon another copy, so you technically have a bunch of extenders. Right? Like you never only have 1. Essentially, is the idea here. Is that like you play 9 emergency teleports, right? And this one's not once per turn. And each of them also on normal summon can add the next one. Technically, right? Goodbye, Razeriak. Appreciate you staying. Why isn't the stream watch showing up? It will be there. Don't worry. It will be there. It was a setting error on my part, but it will be there later. I will publish it later. So basically what I'm seeing here. Tavi, thank you so much for the 2 months. I appreciate you. What I'm seeing here is the Pureys add a decent amount of
Perfect information.
Have I been here a while yet?
Yo, Mr. Trevor, you've been here for a decent while. 7 months. Thank you so much. Welcome back. The Pureys add a decent layer of it does add a decent layer of plays when you go second. I can see that. I do see that now with the happiness, that there's a couple cool things you can do. And they add a couple of nice Zeus lines. And word on the street is that the support for Pureys even gets better. The Purery archetype gets better support, even though it's not here yet, I think. No, there's nothing yet. I guess I could go custom Purery. Which ones are actual real cards? Surely this is real. Lily. Yeah, this one I have seen before. This one is real. If this card is normal or special summoned, you can add a Purery card from your deck to your hand, except a quick play spell. You can target a Purery quick play spell in your grave, special summon XYZ that mentions it from your extra deck by using this card as material, and if you do, attach that target to the spell. This is good. This is a very good card. The Lily. That one's good. New first. Sleepy Memory, and is there an XYZ that belongs to Sleepy Memory? Apparently not. The next battle or effect damage you take this turn becomes 0. Then you can discard a card, and if you do, spare summon a Purery from your deck. A Purery XYZ that has this card's material gains the following effect. Once per turn, during your opponent's standby phase, you can draw a card. Okay, that's also nice. You can... Man, this archetype is funny to me because it feels cool. It feels cool, but I'm not sure if it's good enough. Like, going second is cool. I just don't see the going first value that it adds. Because going first, what are we making? We are making a beauty, right? This is like what we get out of playing this. Can you stack the draw effect for draw 3? If you manage to get all 3 into play, I think so, yeah. Going first, you can loop the bamboo swords. Hold on. You're telling me I'm supposed to put bamboo swords into this? Like, actually? And what if I don't draw bamboo swords, or if I only draw 1? There's no way we're throwing bamboo swords. Like, okay, hold on. I will say one thing. I do think that the bamboo swords are not terrible. Especially, I mean, like, they are kind of a meme because they take up so much space. You'd rather play a go second deck. Okay. I do think that makes, from what we have so far, it makes a little bit more sense to go second with Purery. I just don't know if Purery Spright is the right way to go about it then. But you can, like... Okay, so for anyone confused, which I'm also still partly confused by the stuff we're talking about right now, the synergy between the bamboo swords and the Purery deck is that they have Purery Plump, which attaches spells and traps from the graveyard as material. And Cursed Bamboo Sword is not once per turn. When it's sent to the graveyard, you can add a bamboo sword from your deck to your hand. So once you have bamboo swords in play, you can, like, basically draw your entire deck. The problem is, YOLO feed, even if we did this, right? Hold up. Even if we did this, what do we need? Do we need 1? Do we need original bamboo sword? I guess we do. We can play goods. Hidden armory, because we don't... I mean, we kind of need our normal summon. We kind of need our normal summon if we draw a Purery, but okay. Fenrir? Okay. Yo, guide me. Guide me, YOLOFeed. We are only at 47 cards. That's not enough yet. We need more. 47 is not enough. This is still too consistent. It's still way too consistent. Some bestials never hurt. Upstart for consistency, yes. Does original remove the need for broken? Does original remove the need for broken? Technically? Yeah. It does. You don't need to play the bad one anymore. Okay, this is the baseline of our deck. This is the baseline of our deck. It's gonna be broken, trust. So what are we gonna draw into? What do we draw into with our broken bamboo sword combos? Hand traps? Runic? Runic. Illusion and souls? But there are no bamboo swords. There's Book of Eclipse. Why is there Book of Eclipse? Why are there Naturia? What? Also, why are we only playing one of this? Isn't this the one of the best ones? I'm confused. Look, I'll show you what we can do with this. Listen, chat. Fury. Pay 500. We get whatever memory they give us. Let's say we... Is it random? Randomly picks one. Okay, let's say we randomly get Purery, because we just roll like that, right? And then we go normal summon. Hello? Normal summon? It's too broken. The game crashes. The game crashes. That's what happens. Okay. Oh, you can reveal 3 of the same. Well, then this card's just busted. Why are we not... why are we only playing 1 in the other? Okay. Mill 3. We get happy memory. Hog, happy. We are very happy. Then here, we activate original bamboo sword. We draw 2. Oops. See, we cannot lose. Hog. We didn't even use the cursed bamboo sword synergy. We didn't even use the synergy. Can we recycle golden bamboo sword? We can't. We can play the grave shufflers. We can play the grave shufflers. Test this list? Okay, sure. I'll do you the favor. I will try that list that you send. Just because I'm feeling nice. Let's see if there's something behind it. But unless you have a good explanation for the Book of Eclipse, I'm taking out Book of Eclipse. Where's the thingy? Mole cricket, where are you? There. It's for Kashtira? Hmm. Okay, you're running one blessing and one sacred tree. Furies. We have one of this. One of each of the small ones. Is there a way to recycle the XYZs? Because it feels weird that you're gonna run out of them so quick. This, you run one of that. And two of that. And then we play sprites. We play only carrot, no red. 3 starters, no smasher. Yes. Dark ruler. Prosperity and 2 Book of Eclipse.
Classes Josh.
Arachnid, thank you so much for the 8 months. Welcome back. Yes. Okay. Optimal.
Joshua now has perfect information.
Dip. Play angler.
Play angler. No, we're keeping it as it is. Thank you for the 4 months, Kelso. This is what peak Purery gameplay looks like. Zeus. Gigantic. Elf. And so, correct me if I'm wrong, but you said I'm supposed to go second with this blind, right? Blind second is what is this? Or are we going first? Oh, this goes first. Yeah, of course. How? Yeah, my bad. Yeah, my bad. That's my fault. That's on me. We just have everything. We have every engine in the game. So what do we start with? What are we making? What is our goal? Yes. Oops. What happened? Oh my god, your game... Your deck has broken dueling book. Hello? Okay. We're back. Cricket. Alright, guide me. I'm starting cricket. Tribute. Special Camellia. Send 3. Add what? Surely the blessing. Please tell me we're adding blessing. Yeah, thank you. Okay. Now. Blessing for cricket. Make Nad Beast. Bring back cricket. Yes. Yeah, I get it. I get it. I'm listening. And now? Pretty memory. What do you mean Lily? Lily is not out yet. No. Lily doesn't exist. Your deck list also doesn't have Lily. No, we're summoning this one. Lily is not out yet. It's fine. We just hit. We just hit. Or we don't. All right, nice. Nice Purery engine. Free level 1. Hog. Hog, we have to use starter now. Great. We already have it, so we're gonna jet for another starter because we don't play smashers. And then we go blue, and we add carrot because we don't play red. Very pog, and then we gigantic. Use the effect. Summon sunflower. And oh yeah, Andro, of course, my bad. And then we make elf. No, we make do we make sprint? Elf. We could have made sprint first to send the target. Oh, now the Purery comes in clutch as link material. Pog. I'm pogging. Look, we have carrot too. It's nasty. If they activate a spell card, we can negate it with carrot instead of beast to play around Ghost Ogre, chat. Do whatever you want now. Okay. I will, if I can do whatever I want, I'm gonna overlay my Yugioh and my elf into gigantic Spright in defense position. And then I'm gonna make another elf with the Nat Beast. And then I'm gonna
Happy feet! Wombo combo! That ain't Falco!
Yeah. Nice. Pog.
Joshua now has perfect information.
Wombo combo. That was, oh yeah, that was loud. Yeah, my bad. I have to redo the volume settings on these. But thank you, Blood Drains, for the 3 months. I appreciate you. Yeah, this is not it, unfortunately. This is not it, unfortunately. I'm sorry. This is unfortunately not it. This is worse than Naturias, this is worse than Sprites, and this is probably a little bit worse than just playing pure Pureries. I don't think the more I'm looking at the cards though, the more I am looking at the Purery cards, the more I feel like there is something there. The one thing that you said that kind of caught my eye, where I was like, yeah, this is not bad, was the one where when you go second, the combo with happiness is interesting to me. That is interesting to me. I think if there's ever a format where it's possible to make a going second strategy viable, it is something that Purery could fit in. It wouldn't be a pure... I don't think it would be a pure Purery deck, funnily enough, no pun intended. But the fact that you can like make a deck that basically runs over every single monster your opponent has with just one of the quick play spells, because that's essentially what it does, right? It's like essentially when you go second and you have just the Pureries, where is that? Just the Purery cards and some bamboo swords. Ignore the bamboo swords. Oh, I queued a good deck by accident. My bad. So like if you go second, if you go second and you draw a couple of Pureys, right? It puts a lot of pressure on your opponent's field, right? Because let's say they have a couple monsters. What we can do with the Pureys, even if we miss with this, I don't really want to take into account right now. Like if we can make happy, no, this is beauty. If we can make happiness with happy memory attached, we can attack once, right? And then if we survive that battle, they basically have to have a monster with less than 2,000 or in defense position, or you could have had one of the ones where your thing can't die by battle. And then you go Purery Happiness attack. At the end of the damage step, if this card battled, add a Purery card from your deck to your hand. So we're gonna add where is it? Happy Memory. Which one is Happy Memory? God damn it. This one is Happy Memory. We add Happy Memory to the hand. And now, because we already have one Happy Memory attached, we can also attack again, because we gain additional attacks up to the number of Purery Happy Memory attached to it +1. So we have a secondary attack onto a monster that we have previously halved the attack of a face-up monster on the field. Right? We have, after our first attack, we have another monster on the field. And then we attack that monster. We attack that monster with happiness. And we use its effect again to add another card from deck to hand. Right? We add another Purery card from deck to hand, because that's also not once per turn. So we can add the third Happy Memory. Right? And on top of that, we also have the attack of another monster on the field. And then we just slam down, we just activate Happy Memory. If we want, we can summon another Purery monster. We don't have to do that though. We can just use its effect and then use this effect to attach it. And now, because we have one more Happy Memory as material, we can attack again. Get another search. Whatever we want now. I don't know. Get another search. Destroy another monster. Halve another monster. And then rinse and repeat until we run out of Happy Memories. That sounded very dark. Attach again, attack again, half again. You know what I mean? In the battle phase, of course. Right? So, like, I could see this being good going second. Because this is not once per turn, and because you can repeatedly get more attacks from Happy Memory. But of course, that alone, and then after that, if this survives, you know, we can like make a Downert, make a Zeus. We're popping off, right? So the thing is, all of the other things that the deck does, I'm not sure if they're that good, right? This one is this particular line of play is interesting to me. The other lines of play that the deck has, I'm not sure if they're good enough. And like this one, it's not vulnerable per se. I don't think it's vulnerable per se. It's like fine. However, if they get rid of the one happiness, then it doesn't do anything. But like, yeah, it's not bad for going second. The problem is it basically on its own, it doesn't make a deck yet. Right? It's like, I'm not gonna make a deck just with the purpose of I go second, I attack all of your monsters, and then I make a Zeus. I don't know what... that's not a full purpose for a deck yet. That's not a baseline to make a deck out of. I would say the best chance for Purery... The best chance for Purery is if there's a deck that can actually end on something going first, right? That's actually good going first with the Purery cards. And has like room to fit enough Purery cards for it to be consistent when it goes second as well. I will say I am tempted for the regional that I have in 2.5 weeks to play something a little bit off the wall. So maybe I'm gonna look at Purery, maybe I'm gonna look at Mikanko. I don't know yet, no promises. But I'm gonna try and come up with something because I really don't feel like playing another tournament of just tier. Do you still have your Geek Boys? Not many, no. These cards are released in 2 weeks, pretty much exactly. I think it's today in 2 weeks. The set is called Amazing Defenders. I think the release date is 19th of January.
What the
hell is this?
P メモリーですが、このカードはガラ空き状態でも使えます。ただし変身できないのでご注意。基本はフィールド魔法で食べさせて、相手のターンにドローする感じです。この2枚の登場により、手札問題は若干緩和しましたが解決して。
Bro, what is the voice acting? What is the voice acting about? I am so confused. And what is the cat doing down there?
いません。なので構築するときやはりドロソは必要です。ただし昔使ったルリーギミッ
Purrely
クは必要ないです。ドロソですが、この場面が簡単に作れますので、エクシーズギフトとの相性がいいです。ただし使えるのは2枚までです。3枚目は腐ります。なのでこの組み合わせで大丈夫かと。あとはお約束のドロソかな。このテーマは壺使えません。金券は手札増やせないので
What is this about?
キーカード多いのでゴードンはリスク高いです。
What are they doing?
合金は使えますが、その場合ゴーストリックギミック使えないです。なので現状はこれでなんとかしかないです。
Let him cook? Yes, but I don't understand.
では育ちにくいため、素材のピュアリーを取っても大丈夫です。プリティメモリーさえあれば相手のターンで無効できます。プランプは墓地の魔法穴食べられますので、魔法
It's my sleep paralysis demon. Does it have English?
取り除きます。
Yumo, thank you for the 3 months. I appreciate you. Welcome back.
安定したい場合魔法は77枚必要です。ピュアリーは名称ターン1じゃないので3枚出せます。リリーは名称ターン1。テストした時2枚で足りてました。長期戦の場合3枚安定です。ゴーストリックは永久期間なので採用しない理由はないです。加えてギフトセット。これがコアです。では回し方見ていこう。
Yo, Metal Force Fusion, Pog.
竜を出して手札補充します。罠カードあるのでノアール出せます。この手札だと永久期間を捨てるしかないですね。
Okay, that's enough. That is enough. Look. That wasn't even a good that wasn't even a good endboard. I don't know. I don't know. By the way, chat, do we know any of the reprints yet in Amazing Defenders? Like, do we know anything about it? We have no info about it yet, right? Which is weird. When do they usually have the influencer reveals? Shouldn't we have them soon, like this week or next week? Influencer openings should be 5 p.m. today or tomorrow. Oh, okay. What are we expecting, though? Like, okay, hold on for a second. Let's move away from the new archetypes. I'm sure we're gonna experiment with them more. But like, besides the stuff, what is supposed to be in this set? Because we get like Barone and Chimera are 2 cards that need a reprint, but those are reprinted in the other one, right? The what's the set called that those have? That has them? Or is that Amazing Defenders? Maze of Memories, that's the one I was thinking of. Yes, thank you. Amazing Defenders, there is a couple reprints confirmed. We have Gizmek Naganaki, Infernoble Knight Renaud, Rhoda, 1/1, Hidden Armory, Durandal, Double-Edged Sword, XYZ Import, Pog, XYZ Tribal Rivals. Okay, nothing exciting. But what is there? What good reprint is there that they could make? What's a good card that needs a reprint right now, chat? That isn't like Barone or Guardian Chimera. What are we hoping for, basically? Bestials? There's no way they put Bestials in this, right? Pot of Prosperity? I mean, it only has 1 reprint so far. I'm not sure. Prosperity would be a good reprint. How much is Prosperity? Has it gone up since? Or is it still like 30 to 40? Or is it slowly creeping up again after the... Prosperity is like 40-ish, like it's always been, yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah, D-Fissure. D-Fissure is a very good point. That's a good reprint. Because... wait. Dimensional Fissure. Even the structure deck one is like, if you want a near mint copy, yeah, it's like not cheap. $5. That's annoying. Yeah, D-Fissure is expensive because it's hyped. It went back to 3, and it's like there is common ones, but the common ones are super old. There's like Enemy of Justice and a structure deck from freaking 2008 or some shit. Which one is this? Dark Emperor, the Caius one. Literally the Caius one. So that's like 2007 or 8. And holo versions are expensive. Oh yeah, Gishkis. We can talk about Gishkis for a second, but this one, dude. I was looking into this a couple days ago. Yesterday, actually. I was considering buying Gishki stuff because I think Gishki... I mean, Gishki will be good. So I'm guessing, like... I did not end up buying it. This might be completely incorrect, as always, when I do Market Watch stuff, right? Like, I might be, once again, completely incorrect. But I did not buy these. I think Aqua Mirror as well. So both of these are like almost $10, right? The reason I didn't buy this was because I feel like with the Gishki support coming out, maybe this is pure copium, it might be. These cards have never been reprinted, so when would this would be the perfect time for a reprint? There's nothing confirmed about it. there's nothing confirmed about it, so it might not happen. But this is the reason I was afraid of it. I was like, if I spend like $50 for the Gishki cards now and then they get reprinted, I'm just gonna be sad. So I don't know. But this is ridiculous. Freaking hidden Arsenal super rare that was literal trash up until now. Man. We've even looked at this. We even looked at this like weeks ago at the Gishki stuff. And I didn't really, it didn't click in my head that maybe it would be smart to get those. Yeah, even after they revealed the Gishki cards, it just didn't really tick. But yeah, I was not smart enough. I was not smart enough to get the Gishki cards, unfortunately. So I'm just gonna sit here, wait it out, and hope they get reprints. I just hope that they get reprints. Okay. Also, for anyone who's waiting for gameplay, next week is going to be full of gameplay because we're going to start trying Photon Hypernova testing against viewers, and it's going to be cool. Until then, or like for the rest of today, I want to do something else, which is looking at, like I've teasered beforehand, I want to look at the OCG metagame because I have posted this yesterday on my Twitter, which is a tournament-winning Tearlament deck from the OCG. Are you going to join Farfa's Master Duel tournament? I have so far only signed up for one more Challenger Cup, but that is not a Farfa one. We are going to play on one of next week's streams. We are going to play, I believe it's the Renebrain one, like a 32 or 64 player one I have signed up for. Because we're doing only TCG today, and we're going to do a decent amount of TCG next week. It doesn't mean we're gonna stop playing Master Duel. So like, don't worry if in case you're more of a Master Duel player than a TCG player. We're still gonna do both. Because I do enjoy Master Duel as well. We will test Gishki Spright and Kashtira next week. Yes, the Photon Hypernova stuff. Yes, but for now, OCG land. OCG land has some crazy stuff going on right now. Like, they banned Kid Colors and people still play Tier, which is crazy. What do you think of Rescue Ace? We looked at Rescue Ace earlier, but I'm really not convinced by it. It does not convince me. OCG metagame report. Number 0. Welcome to week number 0 of OCG 2023 January format. This report will tabulate 82 top performing decks from 13 tournaments that were held in Japan, China mainland, and South Korea. Played under the new OCG regular. I think this is incorrect. This cannot be the right date because there was no ban list at this point yet, but okay. And this is the overall breakdown. 23 Tri-Brigades. 19 of them Tri-Brigade Spright. And this is exactly what I was talking about with you. This is exactly what I've said like multiple times. If they are not very careful in the TCG with the next ban list, they are just gonna catapult it right back into the format before Tearlaments, right? If they, because what they did in the OCG was like, they really hit Spright hard, even though it's not dead, of course. I know there's more. I know there's more, like Tearlaments came back and stuff. Like, I think it's this one where Tier is back. Yeah, this is, there's like tiers and there's like tier stuff. Oh god. But like, they hit Spright, and they also hit Tier really hard. You have to, they hit Tier really hard. You can't deny that. The thing is, I still don't think they hit it enough. But like, what are the changes to Tearlament in the OCG? They have 1 Purrely Rhino, they have 1 Sharon, they have 2 Havness, and they banned Kid Kalos. And then for the Ishizu portion, I think they limited, it's still only limit Mudora and limit Agido. Right? And 1 Rhino Heart. True, 1 Rhino Heart. So literally, this is like insane. This might be the most amount of hits that any archetype has ever had on a ban list. Period. Can someone name an archetype that has more hits? Maybe Dragon Rulers, but that doesn't really count. Has there ever been an archetype that had as many hits? Zodiac? But like Zodiac had, okay, Trident, Broad Bull, Barrage, Ratpier. That's it. There's never been more, right? It's only those 4. So like, because for Tier, it's Sharon, Havness, Rhino, Purrely Rhino, Kid Kalos, and then the Ishizu card. So literally 5 Tearlament cards are on the ban list right now. 5. And they're still being played. That's the biggest difference too. When they put all the Dragon Rulers on the ban list, they were dead. Because they were banned, of course. When they put Trident, Barrage, and Broadbolt to 0, Zodiac was gone. Tearlament is not gone. Tearlament is still here. What do you mean? How? I am so confused as to how they thought Tearlament was a good idea when they designed it. Like, my god. Tearlament is so strong. It's so busted. And the worst thing about all of it is that so many of those cards are replaceable, right? Like, you can just go up, okay, I have less Rhino Hearts. Okay, I'm just gonna play more Screams, right? And then, like, you also have Tearlament's Grief, which is another card that is really good, and it's just not even seeing play. Tearlament's Grief is basically Foolish Burial on crack for Tearlaments. They just made that, and people aren't even playing it because Tier is so good that it doesn't need it. Good god. And the OCG doesn't even have Garura, yeah. The OCG doesn't even have Garura. It's insane. And also keep in mind that there's another Tearlament coming out in Photon Hypernova. Tearlament's Kashtira. Which makes it so you can still play the 1 Fenrir. It's insane. Magnamut to 1 helps Tier more than it hurts it, to be honest. But anyways, we have a bunch of sprites here, which I when I saw this the first time, it actually surprised me because I forgot. Like, I thought they killed Spright in the OCG. What did they do? They have 1 starter. What was it? It was 1 starter, 1 jet, no Toad. Rest in peace. Rip Ronin as well. But is that it? Limited, jet, starter, and blue. Are you sure blue is limited? I don't think blue is limited. Yeah, I know they have Ronin. I was referring to TCG. Blue is at 3, yeah. So they have, like, it's just a consistency hit, which I think that's the reason why, that specifically is the reason why Tri-Brigade Spright is the most popular one, I think. Is because that version doesn't actually have to draw the sprites, right? Like, most other Spright decks want to draw the Spright cards. The Tri-Brigade Spright deck doesn't actually need it that much. They can go into them with, like, normal summon kit, banish 2 for a link 2. You can make a gigantic Spright like that. But yeah, okay. So we are now seeing, basically, this weird situation where they have nerfed Tearlaments to a decent amount. They have not killed it still, They have also nerfed Spright a decent amount, but they have not killed it. So we still see a lot of Spright and a decent amount of tier running around in the OCG, but they have now weakened it enough to the point where a lot of the other stuff can now, as it seems, you know, play with the big boys again. Like Labyrinth, like Dragon Link, like Kashtira, like Runic, like Sky Striker. There's a couple things that can be played again, apparently, which is somewhat concerning because this is like it's a metagame spread that's like hard to prepare for a lot of different decks. But on the other hand, it finally puts, even though it doesn't remove tier from the game, it at least puts an end to the reign of tier, like tier being the absolute best deck. But yeah, and so let's look at what they are actually using here. So first off, I'm happy that I know all these cards. We have the Spright Tri-Brigade deck running the Branded Sword Mercurier combo. Okay. But so we do the combo where we send Mercurier to the grave, then we banish it for one of our Tri-Brigades, then we add Albion from the deck to the hand, we send Sword from deck to graveyard, and then Sword can add back Merc. But I'm confused because we cannot use the Merc to negate. Can someone enlighten me what the point is of adding back Mercurier with Sword if we can't use it as negate? Do we really want it as a discard fodder so bad with Keras? Like, do you think that's worth it? Discard fodder for Bear Brum, put it back into the deck. Maybe it's worth it. I was just like, Yo, thank you, Regis. I appreciate it. Welcome back to month number 3. I mean, I guess you do have good use. You do have good use for the extra card in hand, so it might be worth it. But okay, we played the standard quote-unquote Tri-Brigade package. I do agree with 2 Nervals. I had that as well in my Tri-Brigade Spright in the TCG because, like, Kit is a much better normal summon because it's level 2. We play 3 blue, 1 jet, 1 red, 1 carrot, 3 beaver, 1 angler, which is very interesting. The specific reason as to why people play 2 anglers all the time in the TCG is because if you start with beaver, normal summon, it creates a very weird situation if you only play 1 angler. You can shuffle it back? I don't know. No, you can't. No. Like, So the basic idea is if you open Nimble Beaver, the combo is normal summon Nimble Beaver, special angler, make sprint, send the second angler from the deck to the graveyard to summon 2 anglers from the deck, 2 beavers from the deck. If you only play 1 angler, the way it works is use normal summon Beaver. What do you summon with Beaver? What do you summon with Beaver if you only play 1 angler? And there's no good answer to that question. There is no solution. If you draw Beaver and you only play 1 angler, you've put yourself in a weird spot because you're going to normal summon Beaver. You have 2 options. Summon another Beaver or summon Angler. If you summon Angler, you don't have a target for Sprint anymore. If you summon Beaver, you can send Angler with Sprint, but you only have 1 Beaver left. Right? So it's awkward. It's a lot more awkward if you only play 1 angler, and that's why it's been deemed optimal in the TCG to play 2 angler, and I think that is correct. Anyways, we play 3 Ash, 3 Maxi, we play 2 Tenki because it's semi-limited, we play 1 Starter because it's limited, we play Smashers, we play 2 Called by the Grave because that card's still semi-limited in the OCG. And we play the cross out. Doesn't surprise me that this deck runs the maximum amount of outs to Maxi because this deck is really weak to Maxi. Foolish, Revolt, Branded Sword. I mean, this is like a very quick cut. This is almost a TCG list. This is pretty much Tri-Brigade Spright that we were using in the TCG like weeks ago. Like when I remember when Spright came out, I was testing versions that were really close to this. Of course, a little different because the ban list is different. Like I wasn't using Maxi and stuff, but like it's very, very much pretty much the same stuff that we were using in the TCG. So there's literally nothing special about this. They don't have Pit Knight for the combo. Yeah, true. They don't have Pit Knight. I don't know exactly what they end on, but it's probably something along the lines of Appaloosa, Double Dragon Lord Revolt, or like Elf IP to go into Apple on the opposing turn. Like Elf, maybe it's possible to go Elf IP Double Dragon Lord, something like that with Revolt. Apple doesn't work if you lock yourself. Yeah, you can summon it on the opponent's turn though, with IP. That's why it's still here. It's still good. No cat targets is odd. They do run Mannequin Cat without any specific targets for it. It is worth noting that in the mirror match, you don't actually need targets for Mannequin Cat, or like you can just summon Red or Carrot, and that's nice because it gives you an additional interrupt. I still don't know why specifically Mannequin Cat is here though. But it can help you get blue. Yeah. Would you rather play 2 Shureg instead of Access Code? I haven't tested it, but I feel like Access Code has always been a viable part of or like a very, very crucial part of Tri-Brigade OTKs. So yeah. Labyrinth. Oh, I'm looking forward to Labyrinth. I might be the only one, but I like Labyrinth. This is an odd version though. We even played 3 of the pink? Enlighten me. I always thought the pink one was not that good. I always thought the pink one was not that good. Hmm. What is the... Hold on. Do I still have the Labyrinth deck on here? No. So Ariane is you can send a normal trap from hand or set to your grave, special summon a level 4 or lower fiend monster from your deck in defense, except Ariane. It's just more copies of, I guess it's more copies of Ariana. That's the main purpose. No. And then we have, there's a big portion of, they put a huge focus on activating cards when they're set on the same turn. The stream replay will be up. Yes, the VOD will be up. No worries. I will upload the VOD later. Okay, I've looked at this now for 30 seconds, and I'm convinced that none of you can explain to me why there is exactly one Lord of the Heavenly Prison. I'm waiting. Chat, someone please explain this to me. Vibes, noted. That is the only explanation that I will accept. Just one. They do not even run Gallant Granite, which you could do that, right? If you go Ariane, that doesn't lock you into Fiends, does it? You can send a normal trap from your hand or set, special summon a level 4 or lower Fiend from your deck in defense. Okay, you do that. You summon Ariana, you add a card, and then you can make Gallant Granite to add... You could do that, at least as an option, brother. Right? Like running one. Maybe they had it in their deck. They took out the Gallant Granite, but forgot to take out the Lord of the Heavenly Prison. Okay, Chad. I have an important question. I have an important question for you. Is Labyrinth a Monkey deck because it is a trap deck, or is it cool because it doesn't run floodgates? 1 in chat if Labyrinth is based, 2 in chat if you don't like Labyrinth. Yo, Scrub, thank you for the 11 months. Welcome back. Okay, I'm seeing a lot of ones. Unfortunately, I forgot what I said one was. I forgot what I said. One was cool, right? One is cool. Okay, based. Yes, nice. All right. Okay, so you are correct. You are correct. Labyrinth is based. Paleo is the only base trap deck? Ah, that's not true. Paleo is more based than Labyrinth, but Labyrinth is based. I found Labyrinth to be very fun and rewarding to play when we tried it. I enjoyed it a lot. I enjoyed it a lot. Mannequin in OCG Tri Spright is used to convert Spright bodies into a beast monster for Tri Brigade links while also being an extender when you get hand trapped. Yeah, that makes sense. Labyrinth is the next evolutionary step from Monkey? Nah. I mean, okay, I can see why it's a little toxic with the different Dimension Ground, DDV, and EEV, and a pointer. That's a little, you know, I haven't been using those. But I think that's because we have the Silver Castle now. While you control a set card, your opponent cannot target this card with card effects. Also, cannot be destroyed by your opponent's card effects. You can only use each effect once per turn. If a Labyrinth card or effect or a normal trap card was activated this turn, except Lady Labyrinth, you can spare some this card from your hand. When a normal trap card is activated, you can set a normal trap with a different name directly from your deck. So I closed it. Oh god, I closed it. Okay, hold on. Where is it? There. Control Shift Tab opens the last tab. Okay, I did not know that. I'm a boomer. What if I told you? What if I told you that up until like 3 or 4 semesters into my software engineering university, I still used to right-click to copy and paste? Would you believe that? It is true. It is true. I have since learned. But I used to do that all the time. I don't do it anymore. I don't do it anymore, I promise. Anyways, back to topic. Labyrinth. What I like about Labyrinth, this deck is toxic. Have you ever been EV'd and DEV'd in the same turn? I have not. That does not sound like a very pleasant experience. How big welcome Labyrinth. This is this one, yeah. This one is insane. I remember this one being crazy good. I'm considering to leave. I'm sorry, look. Spell summon 1 Labyrinth monster from your hand, deck, or grave, then return 1 monster you control to the hand. You can banish this card from your grave, then target 1 Fiend monster you control, or if you control a level 8 or higher Fiend monster, you can target a card your opponent controls. Instead, return it to the hand. You can only use 1 big welcome Labyrinth effect per turn and only once that. This card is nuts! This card is nuts for Labyrinth. It's just like, I mean, welcome Labyrinth is a good card, but this one is insane. Bro. Yo, flexing my muscles 247 times 420. Thank you for the tier 1. I appreciate you. Thank you. This card is great. What is weight measuring? Weight measuring. Oh, I remember. If your opponent controls at least 2 more monsters than you do, they must send monsters they control to the grave so they control 1. This is not in the deck though. Oh. The only thing that I don't know yet about Labyrinth is how much you want to go into like the combo direction of being able to activate your trap cards immediately by using like Kukluk and Temple of the Kings. I am a little bit confused as to why they run Temple of the Kings. I guess it's because Kukluk, you can discard this card, you can activate a normal trap card that was set this turn. If a card is sent from your hand to the grave to activate a normal trap or labyrinth effect, while this card's in your grave, add this card to your hand. And Temple of the Kings. You can activate a trap card the turn it was set. You can activate one trap card the turn it was set. You can only use each effect of Temple of the Kings once per turn. Yeah. I mean, Temple of the King is interesting. Because if you do open it, it makes your deck so much faster for the remainder of the game. Right? Like on the first turn, it lets you activate Welcome Labyrinth or the other Welcome Labyrinth immediately. Gets you a +1 immediately. And then on the next turn, you can like... it snowballs relatively quickly. Because you can also use Lady Labyrinth to like, or Silver Castle or whatever it is, the secret rare one. Lady Labyrinth of the Silver Castle, and this one is Lovely Labyrinth of the Silver Castle. Okay, so Lady Labyrinth is the one that sets any trap immediately. The deck has some toxic aspects. I can agree to that. I can agree to that, Chad. I can see that. It has like the Eradicator and Deck Devi are like two cards that, once again, they're never gonna be banned, I think. They're never gonna be banned, Eradicator and Deck Devi, but they every once in a while they just pop up and are very annoying. I just wonder, I wonder how well this build can even play going second. I really wonder how it would work, right? Because dead draw, dead draw, dead draw, dead draw. You know, very hard to resolve any of your stuff. You only have 3 hand traps and 2 evenly. If you don't see those, probably has a hard time. Temple of the King helps a little bit, right? It makes your stuff faster going second. But it doesn't even play like Backjack. Backjack was the coolest part about the deck, even though it always missed for me. But there's no Ghastly glitch, no Backjack, no Fiend Griefing, none of the based stuff. I don't know. I wonder, chat, do you think Labyrinth will be good when we get it? Like genuinely good? Because I have some hope for it. Not until tier gets booted? Yeah, well, but that's the case for every deck, right? Every deck is only good if tier gets booted, right? But I really hope it will be, because like the world in which Labyrinth is a good deck is a world in which you can actually play a trap deck again that doesn't have floodgates, which in my opinion, that would be a good format. Probably. Why is the OCG not on Runic Spright? I'm gonna be honest with you, I have no idea. I think Runic Spright looks really strong in the OCG right now. Honestly, there is a Runic deck here somewhere in this other one. So this other tournament has a Runic deck, but only one of them. And that's the, or 2 of them, but it's the Floodgate one that we all know and love from Master Duel. 2 of them, yeah, there's another one somewhere. Well, it's not. They didn't post the list, but there's another one in top 8. The Runic Spright deck is almost at full power. Yes, you only have 1 starter and 1 jet, but bruh, the deck is still really strong. The deck is really strong. The one thing I will say is that Maxi is really good against Runic Spright. but it's like not as like the Spright Tri-Brigade, you can say the same thing about, right? Spright Tri-Brigade also sucks against Maxi. Ishizu tier is not awful into Maxi. That deck is fine, but like a lot of the decks they're playing here, like Orcust, Bestial, Dragon Link, Vernu Sylph Emancipator, Sword Soul, Spright Tri-Brigade, all of those decks are awful into Maxi as well. So I don't think that's the argument. I don't know why, but somehow the OCG just has not really discovered or doesn't like using the Runic deck in something that isn't pure Runic or deck out. Like, I have never seen Runic see play in the OCG in a deck that was not going for deck out, right? And in the TCG, we've had plenty of Runic versions. I feel like Runic Spright was just the beginning of strong Runic decks, right? As soon as Mudora and Keldo are gone, I think we're gonna see Fountain decks again. I think we can see Fountain decks again. Can I see the Striker deck? We can look at it, but I can quickly just paste you the link so you can look at anything that's interesting for you. But yeah, let's look at some of the other stuff we have here. So we have the Tri-Brigade Spright. We have an Ishizu deck here, which honestly, this is insane to me. This is insane to me. Like, look at the amount of limited cards here. Look at the amount of limited cards here. 1 Fenrir, 1 Unicorn, 1 Rhinoheart, 1 Sharon, 2 Havness, 1 Keldo, 1 Agido, 1 Herald of the Orange Light, 1 Perla Rhino, 1 Paraiso, 1 Terraforming. And the deck is still nuts. The deck is still nuts. The design on tier, on Ishizu, and on Kashtira, straight up a huge mistake, dude. And also kit banned. No Garura. Bro, stop. I really hope, and we're gonna do that next week. We're gonna have the biggest ban list discussion ever. We are going to look at, we are going to discuss what needs to happen to stop this from happening in the TCG. What they need to do to stop tier from being the meta deck for the next year. It is funny. It is funny that they just made tier and they just can't stop it anymore. They made Tearlament and they just can't stop it anymore. They are trying so hard. They are trying so hard to stop it, but they can't. It's just not possible. They've made it too strong. They have to ban all of it. Like, literally, look at this. They did so much. They did so much. They can't stop it, bro. They literally have to ban all the names. Watch the next OCG ban list be ban Havness, ban Purrely, ban Sharon, ban Rhinoheart, ban Kaleidoheart, and ban freaking Rule Kalos for good measure. God damn, bro. They've been trying to get rid of tier for like 3 ban lists, and it's just not working. It's actually hilarious. Okay, this one is stop smiling immediately. There's another tier deck. This one has a little bit more of a Kashtira package with Kashtira Birth, but it's still so funny. There's Shikinaga in this. Why is there Shikinaga? Wait, how do you even make Shikinaga? It's a Shaddoll and an Earth. Oh my god, they want a polymerization with Shaddoll Beast and Kelbeck to make Shikinaga and Mill 5. This person is evil. Oh, they also play Shaddoll Fusion. Oh god. Oh no, bro, if you Shaddoll Fusion me, for Shaddoll Beast and Kelbeck, and then you mill 5, we're fighting. Bro. And I say that as someone who's won a YCS with Shaddoll Fusion. Do not Shaddoll Fusion me like that. I don't want Shaddoll Fusion to come back. No. We don't want that. Also, 2, by the way. 2. 2 Dark Ruler, 2 Shaddoll Fusion. Pog. And then this guy. Oh my god. What is this meme called? With the weird pink guy. Where is it? I know I can find it. This one. This the Sky Striker dude. This the Sky Striker dude running into turning up to the event. This the Sky Striker player right there. Or this is actual footage of the Sky Striker player showing up to the tournament. Three Ray, 1 Rose, 1 Nibiru. Without crossout, by the way, just for the Maxi challenge. Just a bunch. This is Sky Striker from 2019 almost. 2 Kagari, 2 Engage. They did get a second Kagari, to be fair. Man, I wish, and I might be the only one here, but I wish a deck like this was viable. I think Sky Striker is incredibly based, and the format. Actually, you can't convince me otherwise. A format in which this deck is viable cannot be that bad of a format. Because this deck, literally between main deck and side deck, 0 floodgates, 0 ways of locking you out of the game, and their first turn board is Shizuku Pass. If this deck is good in the format, I would like to play. I'm in. D-Barrier, I guess. Ignoring the D-Barrier. But like, against most of these decks, D-Barrier isn't even a full floodgate. But no, that take is based, and you can't convince me otherwise. This deck has 3 Upstart Goblin and ends on Shizuku. That's based. It looks like a deck from 2019. Which, in all honesty, if a deck from 2019 can be viable in 2022, I feel like that's a good sign, because that means they've reversed power creep a little bit. They've at least stopped it a little bit, even if it only made top 8. And only one of them, but, you know, it is what it is. I will say overall, this format, even though there are some, you know, some troll despair moments, it doesn't look that toxic anymore. It doesn't look that bad to me. Like the Ishizu tier is like, it's funny and weird that it's still viable, but this deck doesn't even look that bad to play against. Right? Do you think tier is the best deck ever? Well, it's hard to say, because it depends on how you phrase the question, right? If you ask me the question is, if you let every deck play against each other right now, is tier the best? I would probably say yes. But if you want to look at it relative to the time it was released in, I don't think it is. Because while tier is very, very strong and it is the best deck right now, it is, for example, I don't think it's as strong as, for example, Pepe was when it was released. Like, when Pepe was released, it was better than tier was now in comparison to the time. In the context of the time. Or like Dragon Rulers and Spellbooks. Dragon Rulers and Spellbooks, you could argue, were pretty much as powerful as Spright and tier in compared to the rest of the field, right? Or like when Goki was at full power and like Spiral was at full power. I feel like that was comparable to the power of tier. Necros too. Yeah. So relative to the time, I don't think tier is the best deck of all time, no. What's Pepe? Pepe is referring to Performapal Performage. Which is a pendulum, the first really broken pendulum archetype in 2015, with like when they released Performage Plushfire and Performapal Pendulum Sorcerer in, what was the set called? What was the set called? Breakers of Shadows. Breakers of Shadows. Oh. Yeah. Anyways, OCG is not looking like the worst place to be right now. It doesn't look that bad. Even though I do still prefer not having Max C. I have changed my opinion on that ever since I made that first video on my YouTube channel about Max C. I would prefer, like, I think OCG ban list, no Max C, looks pretty based. I might be the only one, but it looks okay. I of course, I would prefer if freaking Ishizu tier finally died, but I think it looks okay. Reese MC, thank you for the 3 months. Welcome back. Thank you so much. What changed your opinion? Okay, so basically, this is not easy to explain, but my take on Max C, basically, in short, my take on Max C when I made that video was, and I still don't think it's completely incorrect, my take on Max C was, the card is fine to exist if it actually changes the way people build their decks and people decide for a deck, right? If Max C is everywhere in the format, you can't play the stupid broken combo decks, right? And my argument was that the only reason, like, because what people always say when I said that is, but look at the OCG, look at Master Duel. People are still playing the combo decks, and Max C doesn't change anything about that. And I think the reason why that's the case is that basically the game has too many answers to Max C for it to actually have an impact on your deck building / deck choice, right? Because why would I stop playing a combo deck only because of Max C when I can play 3 Ash, some amount of Called by the Grave, and some amount of Crossout Designator, which is giving me like a very good chance to just negate Max C, right? And we all know the feeling of playing Master Duel and like dropping a Max C and it's like almost never resolving, right? So my hypothetical standpoint is that if we had Max C, but we didn't have Crossout and Called by and maybe even Ash, I think it would warp the game significantly in a direction where you wouldn't want to play combo decks. Because if you live in a world where every time Max C gets dropped, it resolves, playing a combo deck would just be straight up stupid, right? Because you would just not get to play your game like every time they have Max C, right? And so it would highly benefit decks that don't rely on special summoning so much, which is completely hypothetical, and that's why I changed my mind. Like, we're never gonna live in a world where they just ban Ash, ban Called by, ban Crossout, and give us back Max C. I personally would be down to try that. I would be down to try that for like a couple formats and see how it goes. Like, I would trade. And that's, I think, one of the benefits of rotation, right? Is like, if we could try that for a bit. Maybe it's not as bad as you think, right? I would quit the game if they did that. I think you underestimate how... Like, try what? Bring back Max C while banning Ash, Called by, and Crossout. That would be the worst format. Like, you guys realize that is how we used to play Yu-Gi-Oh! For like 6 years, right? You guys realized that was exactly what we had ever since Max C came out until 2017. Have you thought about that for a second? You're like, oh, that's the worst game ever. No, that's Yu-Gi-Oh! That's what we've played forever. We always had 3 Max C, no Ash, no Called by, no Crossout. And it was never that big of a deal. It was never that big of a deal, trust me. There were times where people didn't even play Max C because it wasn't good enough. I disagree. That's fine. I'm not saying that's an objectively correct take. I'm not trying to sell it as that. The time has changed. The time has changed, and that's why I'm saying it would be an experiment. That's why I'm saying it would be an experiment. And not definitely better. Right? I would be interested in seeing how it would go, right? Because I can only tell you what I would do from my perspective, but I would not be playing a combo deck in that format. I would in a world where everyone has 3 max Cs and I'm not ever going to be able to negate it, I would never play one of those combo decks that everyone keeps complaining about, the one that makes like infinite negates or whatever. I would never play that. Like, I literally, the first decks I would try would be like slow decks, grindy decks that try to play like Sky Striker, for example, right? Dragon Rulers were played even with 3 max C, yes, but they passed after they got max C'd. They did not pull through. The only reason why Dragon Rulers were playable even with max C around was because you could just pass and you wouldn't die. And in my eyes, a world in which you can just pass and not die is a good world. I think a lot of you are just afraid of the change, which is fine. I don't blame anyone for not wanting it. I just think it would be an interesting thought experiment to unban max C with the premise that they ban all the counters, right? But because I don't think that's a realistic scenario, I'm fine with max C staying banned. Because what I don't want is max C to be in the game, but to always get negated, because then it just, like, it's awful, right? If max C wants to have an impact on how people actually build their decks, you have to make it, like, resolve. But enough about that. Sorry to interrupt. I've got locals tonight. I'm testing for regionals. Do you like to swap send this Tudo and double cross it back? Kind of, but not really. I would not do it. The reason why I don't like it is that you don't get towed if you do that. And the only benefit from it is that it makes your board better against Dark Ruler. But the problem, I think, is that if you don't make towed, they don't even have to Dark Ruler you, right? They can just wait. So I don't like it that much. You still get towed? How do you still get towed if your swap proc sends Oh, you send it on the second one. No, then it's fine. Then it's fine. I mixed it up in my head. I thought with the first swap rug you send it. No, the second swap sends it. Of course, yeah, it's not once per turn. No, then I like it. Then I like it to play around Dark Ruler. That's cute. Undecided between dropping Veiler for it. Veiler from your side deck? You have Veiler in the side deck? You don't need Veiler in the side deck. If anything, you should be maining Veiler, I think. I would never main deck Double Cross and Testudo. No, I would not main deck it. I would side it for going first. I would never main deck that. It's way too bad of a draw going second. Both the Double Cross and the Testudo. Anyways, we've hit 5 p.m. You know what that means. Sag. But even in 2023, the streams do have to end eventually. Even in 2023, the streams end eventually. Thank you guys so much for the amazing amount of support today. Thank you guys for the subs. Welcome back, everyone. Appreciate it. Once again, Happy New Year. Hope you enjoyed the stream. Follow the stream if you haven't yet for the next couple streams so you don't miss when I go live again. I'm going to send you guys over to Farfa, who is playing some Master Duel right now, if you are into that. Without further ado, have a great rest of your day, and I'll see you guys around next time, hopefully, with some of the stuff that we talked about today. That's going to be the content for upcoming streams. And yeah, say hi to Farfa. I want to see a bunch of Rip Ronins in the chat so people don't forget what they did to my boy. And I'll see you guys next time. Bye-bye, everyone. Have a great rest of your day. Peace.